To the left, you see medieval heraldry, and to the right, you see the business logos. And by the way, by the very same group of people who control the world on the left-hand side as well as on the right side. And logos are like the new coat of arms, and therefore similarly to coat of arms. Logos always give information, like in this case of the 40 people Swiss death case of January 1st, 2026. First of all, the number 40 carries the concept of 4 and the concept of 3, whereas the 4 is quite obvious, representing the 4 corners and 4 sides of a square. And the 0 is a circle, for which one needs a compass to make a perfect circle. So it says in the number square and compass, which might also be the message carried out into the world, as it is once again an event seen in the entire world, just like the arson of the Notre Dame in Paris and its political consequences, starting 8 months later on a Friday, the 13th of December 2019, that I've already explained in some of my videos. Watch this here very carefully and hear what it says here. So here you can read that the Notre Dame fire happened on April 15th and started at 1800 hours, which happens to be the exact same date and same hour on which the Swissies have an annual tradition to burn a representation of a human at the stakes. And guess where in America they perpetrate the same Swiss tradition? Well, yeah, in Wisconsin, of course, which you can read here. So you see, this is in Wisconsin, this one here. And it is on April 15th, which happened to be the same date on which the Notre Dame church burned. And the Swiss, they call it Sechserleuten, this here. And Sechs here, what you can read here, Sechs, it means 6, and Leuten, that means to ring, from the German word laut, that means loud, like in English, it's the same, you know. So it says here, ring the church bells, like ring the bells at 6 o'clock. I just told you, the arson of the Notre Dame was at 6 o'clock. It's all here. And they call this here the bug here. The O with the umlaut, with the dots on it, it's called umlaut. You can pronounce it like bug. You know, it's like a bug. For them, a human being is like a bug. The bug. And they set it on fire. You know? So you see, it's similar. You know, that's not a coincidence. The chance would be so small, you know, at 6 o'clock, both things. And not only this, there's more. I'll tell you more. You'll be shocked. I tell you, you'll be shocked. And both at April 15th. I once made the video Wisconsin, which you should absolutely see. to understand what they're actually doing in Wisconsin with the same laws of silence applied as around the fire in Crans, Montana, leaving 4 dead in the motherland of Wisconsin. So here you see the authorities in Wisconsin, in the capital, I don't remember the name now, which is the same as this here, the Swiss cross. And this is what it says on the ceiling, exactly this here. Unus pro omnibus, omnes pro uno. That means one for all, yeah, unus pro omnibus, one for all and all for one, which is the same as where we go one, we go all. It's all the same thing. Here in this video, I filmed the Swissies 14 years ago on my old channel Gure. How in another one of their burning pyres, resembling the stakes of the Inquisition, which was in fact very Swiss, and started when 2 Swissies by the names of Heinrich Kramer and Jacobus Sprenger in the year 1486 wrote the manual on how to torture and burn alive innocent European women, the Malleus Maleficarum, the witch's hammer. So here you see them standing here in the fire. And this is my older channel. I started it 15 years ago, and then they deleted it completely for many years, and they came back. So here's another logo, but it's in not in capital letters. So you see this was in 2011. There's also a part 1 of this here when I went filming at the, well, these ones here, I can't pronounce it. So here you can read about the book Malleus Maleficarum. It means here the hammer of witches, or usually it's called the witch's hammer. And it was written by 2 guys. One of them is here, Heinrich Kramer. They say he's German. Well, I'll show you, he wasn't German. They always hide this. And it was written in 1486. This is exactly when the Spanish Inquisition started. So the Inquisition was not Spanish, it was Swiss. And actually the Swissies, the last witch in Europe, she was burned at the end of the 19th century in the modern times. And the Swissies, they would love to burn foreigners, or immigrants like Homie Ross. And the other one here was Jacob Sprenger. He was credited as the co-author. This one here. They also say he's German, I think, but I'll show you they are not. It's the laws of silence around Swaziland. So first of all here, Heinrich Kramer, Inquisitores, the inquisitors, of the holy, or not very holy, Inquisition. So it says Heinrich Kramer, and he was born in Sélestat in Alsace. I was there. I filmed next to it. I filmed a Templars commandery, or 2 of them in Colmar. Sélestat, it's in the Alsatian, it says here, it's in Alsace. I'll show it to you. It's part of where the ethnic Swiss are in the first place. And at the time when Heinrich Kramer lived, it belonged to Basel, the Swiss town of Basel. All this Mulhouse in France, and a big chunk of Germany and France, it belonged to the bishopry of Basel. And Basel is where the BIS is, the Bank of International Settlements. Very important town. So there is a map here. I show it on the map. So you see, this is Swaziland here. Here's Basel in the corner. And this is Alsace here. And all the way to here, it belonged to the bishopry, so Swaziland, of Basel. Maybe it even says here somewhere. So, and this is the German name of it, because they also speak German there, the older people. See, and here is the other guy, Jacob Sprenger of the Malleus Maleficarum, the witch's hammer. And he says here, for his, he's known for his association with an infamous book on witch hunting, Malleus Maleficarum. There you go. And he was a Dominican. And before it said he was German, but you see, he was born in here. Sprenger was born in 1436 or 1438 in Rheinfelden. Yeah, it says here, it's in Swaziland, in the canton of Argau. And it's next to Basel, as I told you before, the bishopry of Basel. It all belonged to them in those days. And anyway, the other guy, you know, not very far away from Swaziland, Celista, as I showed you before. That's part of the ethnic Swiss. Remember, I told you about this. So this is an inquisitor, this guy's here. You know, charming guys, eh? Burning women, torturing women. Oh, look at them. And so that's an inquisitor. Dangerous people. So they're both Swiss. And he died in Strasbourg, which is also Alsace, sort of the capital of Alsace. And they also speak a Swiss dialect there, and they are ethnic Swiss. The Salem witch trials, no, they're using the same book, you know. So the whole idea, you know, of burning people, you know, it's Swiss, as always. And we see it happening again now. The 4-0 death, the April 15th, the Notre Dame, the bug, and here in history. And you must think also of the Swiss Guard. You know, it all belongs to it. They were the ones who executed it, you know, bringing the women. It's all Swiss, bringing the women to the stakes. And the Swiss Guard, they were founded around the same time, I think. Yeah, so this is what was it? 1486. The witch's hammer. Yeah, 1486, here it says. Let's have a look when the Swiss Guard was founded. Now here it says, the Swiss Guard here, yeah, established in 1506. And the book, the Malleus Maleficarum, was only 20 years before, in 1486. So it's definitely related. You know, it needed 80 years, you know, to have the ideas by the book settled in, you know, and be taught to these guys. And the only museum of the Swiss Guard in the entire world, where is it? Well, it's less than 20 kilometers away from where on January 1st, 4 kids got burned to death. So it's actually not in Sion, as I thought, but it's here. It says here, Musée de la Garde Suisse. You know, Garde, Swiss Guard. You know, that's where they are. And here's Crans Montana, where the kids died. So it's just around the corner. And it's a valley here, and the canton is called the Valley, Valais in French. And as a surprise, I saw this here. I wasn't looking for it, Les Diableries. This is where the Swiss had 3 concentration camps during the war, mostly for American aviators who were really tortured there, and you know, they destroyed their health for the rest of their lives and everything. The other one was called Hunneberg, and another one. I made a video about it. Well, I can show you very quick. So, where the kids got burned, these guys who burned all these women in the Middle Ages, and who were founded only 20 years after that horrible book, the manual, How to Burn and Torture Women, you know, the burning of people, it's just around the corner. They're just around the corner. This is 20 kilometers. So here it is. This is the 3rd Swiss concentration camp, Vaux-Villermoz. So Diablerie, there's the word diable, the devil in it. Diabolo in Latin languages. And there was Hunneberg. So this is what it looked like. Here are the Swiss helmets. So at the moment this picture was taken, there were Americans in here, pilots. They were called aviators in those days during World War II. I made it 12 years ago, probably 13, 2013, yeah. Well, 12 and a half years ago. So here's the title. You can punch it in and look it up yourself. Here's the other one, Hunneberg. So these are the 3 Swiss concentration camps with Americans in it. Vaux-Villermoz, Les Diableries, next to where all the kiddies died and where the museum is, and Hunneberg. There's something wrong going on in that area. The whole country, there's something wrong. How come they have concentration camps and at the same time they say we were so neutral and clean? And I mean, look at it, it's a real concentration camp. The film is yeah, it's 37 minutes. So, and also the last time in America there were concentration camps before the actual concentration camps of the ice camps. There was a concentration camp. That was the last one before now. And it was a Swiss concentration camp in America. I made a video about it also 12 or 13 years ago. So here you can see a picture of the out of the 19th century, and in a Swiss concentration camp in America. The commandant of the commander of the camp was Captain Henry Wirtz in the American pronunciation. It's all in the video. Here's the title. It's on the same channel as the video before about the Swiss concentration camps for Americans in Swaziland. And this is a Swiss concentration camp also for Americans, even in America. So, which makes me think and almost prove that the actual ice camps, it's the first time since this year happened, concentration camps are back, that the ice camps are also a Swiss idea, because these guys are always doing it. And remember my videos about these concentration camps of the Nazis? They were all ethnic Swiss, you know, like Christian the Terrible, Christian Wert, almost like Wirtz, almost the same name as this one. So, and I'm sure that the ice camps, very soon it will look, or the people in there, they will look like this, and then they disappear. So here you can read about it, like the burning of the bug. This one here, the bug. They say it's a snowman. white. How are you going to burn snow? How are you going to do this in the Middle Ages? You can't burn snow. So it's nonsense. And I tell you what it means, it's a person in white clothes. It says 6 Leuten. And here, 6 Leute, it means here the 6 o'clock ringing of the bells. Just like in Paris and also on another occasion. Here again, 6 Leute is a Swiss German word that literally translates into the 6 o'clock ringing of the bells. Very important. And they do the same thing in Swiss consonant. So the Swissies call the Swiss burning pyre tradition 6 Leuten, meaning ring the church bells at 1800 hours. The exact same hour, the Notre Dame Church Cathedral got lit up with church bells ringing on the very same date of April 15th. So it seems some Swiss traditionalists might have passed by in Paris. So we can see the Swissies with their worrisome likings to set fire to things and persons, just as they set fire to the world when they financed Adolf in Zurich on August 30th, 1923, or financed Hamas starting 2012, setting the world in fire. So the burg here, this one is also in Zurich, just as Adolf, who was in Zurich. And here it says Swiss burg, 1800 hours, April 15th. And here the Cathedral of Notre Dame, which means Our Lady. The Christians probably know what lady. And here, I'm not a Christian. Here it says 1800 hours, April 15th. And, they hide it. Say it's a snowman. Well, snow doesn't burn. We all know that. It's something else. It's a person. I'm gonna explain that to you. I give you all the proofs. It's actually a person in white garments who got burned here, who is the representation of this here, getting burned, because snow doesn't burn. And the person, or these persons, they got burned as witches. And witches, they have a broom. That's why there's the broom here. I'll show it to you in a minute. Not many people are aware of this, but the most important relic of Christianity is kept in the Notre Dame Cathedral and got almost burnt. The original crown of thorns of Christ. So here's the Notre Dame in Paris. They're rebuilding it here. And here is the crown of thorns. Of course, this is, to make it look nice with some gold on it. But the original crown of thorns is in here, in a plastic tube or probably glass, because it's all very old. And it got rescued at the very last minute. It was a miracle, actually. I'm not religious myself, but I must admit this was a miracle that it got rescued and saved at the very last minute. Not a minute more, and then I would have been gone forever. There are indeed many Swiss fire traditions and Swiss fire rituals. And this here is an image of a Swiss movie, this is the bug. And it is about an alpine fable. So a fable, it means it's an ancient story that at one point or another, people used to believe in it. and it was real for many people. And maybe it was real after all, entirely. So if you want to see a real creepy film, well, you should see this. But I warn you, this is quite creepy. There's so many creepy things going on in that place of the world, and it's all hidden, like it says in the Bible, the biggest trick of the devil is, to make people believe that he doesn't exist. He's clean, the devil is neutral, never hear about it. So here it is. Here's the name, Zenentunji, with a cross in it. Here it makes even a Swiss cross. Here it says, Curse of the Alps. There's even a Templar's cross, because, they know what they're doing. Why else put a Templar's cross? And here it looks like a sort of a creepy fleur de lis. Here these Satanist things, and look at all these creepy stuff here, and here as well, and this here, look at that. So the film is really creepy. I mean, here's the name of it, so you could probably find it even in another language. And it's probably that creepy because it's based on truth, as it is an ancient Alpine fable. So that means at one point or another, people used to believe in it. For many people, it was truth. They believed in it, and maybe the entire thing is truth. And it also reminds me of the tunnel, of the Gotthard tunnel, all this here, all the images, look at it, and the whole story. This place of the world, it's related to all these evil things. And I've accumulated a few of it for you. And this is another one of it. And the movie is really well made. And it really rises up the hairs in the back of your neck, because subconsciously, it's true probably. And for many hundreds of years or thousands of years, in the remote valleys of the Alps, where they are still very remote valleys, far away, high up in the mountains, they don't come down in months probably. There are people who probably practice this here and believe in it because it's so far away, And if you go there, it's like entering a different time zone or something, And it's all hidden under clean and neutral and never done anything, and apparently for Christians this stands in the Bible somewhere. The biggest trick of the devil is, to make people believe that he doesn't exist, that he is clean, that he is neutral, he doesn't exist, never talk about it, laws of silence. Well, go and have a look at it. So here you can read about it, Zenentunji. It says here, it is based on an eponymous Alpine fable. Central and Eastern Alps of Europe are rich in folklore traditions. It's pre-Christian. So this is a pre-Christian video. So a couple of the story. The video is from 2010. And I'll tell you, I've never seen something like it. And it says it's based on the succubus. Here we get back again to the Malleus Maleficarum, the witch's hammer, where it's written about the succubi and incubi. There are male and female demons who which Bob Larson probably calls Jezebel. It's who visit you. So the female demons visit a man, if you know what I mean, and the male demons, they visit women. And then there is the Zennen Tunji. I think Tunji, it means a sort of a girl, but not a really nice name. And Zennen, it means the Alps. Like they got a Zennenhund, you know, the Swiss mountain dog. They call him Zennenhund. So this is the Alpine. If you go really high up in the mountains, you know, you have to run for Bigfoot. And Bigfoot's got a skirt on it. You have to run really fast, probably. In front of the Notre Dame de Paris on March 11th or March 18th of the year 1314, the Knights Templars were burned at the stakes at 1800 hours. The very same time of 1800 hours, the Notre Dame burned 705 years later. And the very same hour of 1800 hours, the Swissies do their Sechseleuten while burning a man in white, like the white robe of the Knights Templars, with the knights on horses around the burg, with red hellhounds to represent the red cross of the Knights Templars. I've been telling you all since 2010 here on the tube that Swaziland was founded by the Knights Templars in 1291, as my house taught me so. So here you see the last Grandmaster, Jacques de Molay. Here is the Notre Dame. That's where they burnt him. I went there. I made a video about it. And he was burned at 1800 hours, which I will show you in a minute. And here in Swaziland, you know, they burn a man in white, just like this one here. They had white robes, the Templars did, with a red cross. That's why you got the red scarf here, and a broom, because they were sentenced to death because they were Satanists. You know, just like the broom of the witches here. It's all the same, you know. And they burn him at the same hour as the Knights Templars were burned. There were only about 25 who were burned here in 1314. So they burned it at exactly the same time. And this is also the same time the Notre Dame burned itself. It can't be a coincidence. And this is an actual picture, you know, they're running around here, riding on horses, like probably here, you know, they probably, some of the Templars wanted to attack, but they finally didn't, or they came too late or something, you know. They're not telling the truth, you know. And here you see the red hellhounds here, which is, it's symbolizing the red cross, of course, in white, you know, just as this here. So there are three things, you know, and it's always the same. This is almost the same time, around April 15. This was in March, also in like spring, just like this here. And April 15th, the church burned. And every time it's 6 o'clock. Well, that can't be a coincidence, you know. And it's not only the time, it's the colors, it's the broom, it's red and white, it's guys on horses, it's the burning thing, the pyre, the Swiss Inquisition burning people, the Malleus Maleficarum. The last Grand Master of the Hounds of Hell, Jacques de Molay, was burnt at 1800 hours with simultaneously the church bells of the Notre Dame de Paris ringing until he was dead. And this is what the Swissies call Sechsläuten, meaning ring the bells at 6 o'clock, while at the same time a person in white gets burned at the stake with the knights as red hellhounds riding around on horseback. So this is again the other picture, the red scarf, the man in white. They say it's snow, but you can't burn snow, you know. It's a man. You can see it's a man. And the broom here, there are probably more things. It's black hat. Here you see the red cross of the Knights Templars, the Notre Dame Church, the red cross here, and it's 1800 hours. This is 1800 hours. It's every time 1800 hours, and also when the church burned in 2019. Another parallel reality, as usual, to honor the past, into which the date April 15 fits. The hour 1800 hours fits. The colors red and white fits. The stakes fit. It's all the same. The places fit. The ringing church bells fit. The name of the tradition fits. It all fits into the genuine fingerprint of these eternal perpetrators and their base of all evil with its red and white flag. So here, one more time, the three pictures here. So this was at 1800 hours, 6 o'clock, when they burned Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Knights Templars in 1314. And this is also at 1800 hours, that's why they call it Sechsläuten, ringing the bells at 6 o'clock, which is related to this, as is the white robe here, as here. The little red here represents the cross, and the broom because they burned them here because the prosecutor of the king, that was Guillaume de Nogaret, also of the nobility, he sentenced, condemned about 25 Knights Templars to death, to burning at the stakes because of the broom, because they were Satanists. And the fire here started miraculously also at 1800 hours, as I've shown you before. So it's all the same. And that's not a coincidence, because these guys, they do everything like their political wing, which I'm not going to pronounce, the political wing of the Knights Templars. I'll explain you in a minute why. They do everything by the numbers and by symbology, by handshakes and secrecy. And these things have in common that it was both on April 15th. They do this annually, Sechsläuten, and in Wisconsin. And this here was also on April 15th. And as I explained in my video 7 years ago about this, about the arson here, that the biggest enemy of the Knights Templars, there was the prosecutor of the king, Philip the Fair. The prosecutor's name was Guillaume de Nogaret, also of the nobility. Well, this was the day he died, you know, and which was not a coincidence either, that 1 year after this happened, he died, and the king as well. So here it says, Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar, was burned at the stake at the hour of Vespers. And the hour of Vespers for Christians, it is the evening prayer at about 6 o'clock. So it says everywhere. Here at Vespers here, Jacques de Molay. Vespers, the provost of Paris man, torched two nearby pyres. And yeah, that same day, around the time of Vespers, on a small island in the Seine, the River Seine, in about Jacques de Molay, the River Seine in Paris. And well, it says everywhere. So he was burned at 6 o'clock. Yeah, one more time. Jacques de Molay, he died in 1314. And well, you can read it yourself. All Templars, crosses here. And here I went filming for you. It's the commandery in Bonn. It's on the same channel, maybe. That's where he got initiated. So here, this is about the death. I went filming for you here as well. I filmed all this. This is the island. And here you see the church, Notre Dame. And he got burned about here. It's in my channel. You can... I'll let you find it. So here it says, that same day by sunset, a pyre was erected on a small island in the Seine. By sunset. You got Set here, the lord of the underworld. It's not a coincidence because he rules the night. Sunset. And so that was 1800 hours. So here I'll show you at what time exactly Vespers is when Jacques de Molay got burned, where it's, as it says everywhere. So these are the canonical hours, and I have to scroll down here. And here it says Vespers here. And you see them all praying, is at sunset in the evening, here once more. And yeah, Vespers sunset is approximately 6 p.m., 1800 hours. So you can read it all yourself here. Here they're praying Vespers, or you know, and so it's everywhere 1800 hours in the tradition in Swaziland when Jacques de Molay got burned and the arson of the Notre Dame. And it's all related. And it's all related to Swaziland and the Knights Templars. It's not a coincidence. That's all 1800 hours, you know. These guys, they like traditions, you know, Templars and their political wing. They like traditions, very important. And here once more about the burning of the bug, at 1800 hours. Here it is. 6 Leuten, 6 ring. In Zurich features a grand parade with guilds in costume, guilds, lodges, you know, marching bands and hundreds of horses. You know, as the 6 o'clock bell ringing. It has nothing to do with the end of winter or whatever, you know, it's all. They have to keep it secret, you know, that Knights Templars went there. So, and here, this is important, the 6 p.m. moments, 1800 hours at precisely 6 p.m., the berg is lit. The faster its head explodes, the better the summer is predicted to be. Why? Because they didn't want him to suffer that much, you know, the Jacques de Molay. So the faster his head exploded, then he was really dead, so he didn't have to suffer anymore, seeing his ligaments burn and his toes and his hands. No, when the head was gone, he didn't suffer anymore. That's what it's about, you know. And they keep it all secret. It's the land of secrecy. So forget this, a large snowman, forget about it. And so 1800 hours. They remember the burning of Jacques de Molay in Paris in front of the Notre Dame, and it's all related to the arson. Also, it's 1800 hours. And here, one more time, so you don't forget it, Notre Dame fire. It was on April 15, 2019, at the time of Vespers at 6 o'clock, 1800 hours, because that was the moment Jacques de Molay was burned. Exactly same place, in the same hour. And that's why they celebrate that in Swaziland. And it must go quick so he doesn't suffer. So here you see him riding around the puppet here, Jacques de Molay. It looks more like Mongolia here, you know, with the hats and everything. It doesn't even look like Swaziland, you know, and it doesn't look like clean and neutral to me, you know. And this is what I wanted to show you, the hellhound, in red, of course. So you got white and red, and also the scarf. So, yeah, I'll show you what this means here. They all have it, apparently. So here's a bigger picture. You know, here you see the fire of the pyre. And here you see the hellhound in red. So I'm going to explain that to you here. So it looks like the Swissies are in quite a hurry. I didn't see this before. You even got red ears. That has a meaning, people. It all has a meaning. Why the red ears? So you think about that. So here we see about the hellhound, which we just saw on the robes of the knights. Seems to be a male dog, and so it's called Constellation, and it's a lodge. I didn't read it all. It says here, eine Sprache, no, one language. I didn't read it. Here's something with John the Baptist, it says here. So I'm not going to read it, you know. And there's some old from the Middle Ages here. And even here, what's that? It looks like Romans or Neptune. But anyway, you can read it yourself. And so it says that they take part in the Sechserleuten. Yeah, there he is again. You know, the snowman, which is not a snowman. And he got a pipe. Well, I suppose Jacques de Molay was smoking a pipe. You can be sure about that. So here once more, the 6 o'clock hellhound. So here it says Crans Montana. Well, thank God they don't call it Trans Montana yet. In French, by the way, you say Grand Montana. And what is interesting here in this picture is this is not the name, the real name of the bar. It's called the Constellation, la Constellation. But as the kids, you know, especially in France or French-speaking parts, they like abbreviations, you know. You know how the French talk, you know, it's very quick. They don't have the time, especially kids, especially the French. They don't have the time, you know, to pronounce the whole name, and they say Le Constel, you know, amongst each other. So this is another sign, an indication that it was really a place visited by kids. You know, this is a thing kids do, especially teenagers. You know, you have no time. You got more important things to do, you know, than to pronounce the words as you should, like, you know. And there's another indication, another proof, you know. I mean, why would the bar owners, why would they do it? I mean, they're just kids. I mean, why take the vocabulary of kids and put it in your serious business and your bar, you know? Well, because it says square and compass, of course. Here's the circle for the compass, and this is the square. And this is why they are in majuscules, you know, big letters. I mean, why would they do it? Why the big L and the big semicircle here? You know, there's always a message in the logo, in the name, in the heraldry. This is modern day heraldry, if you like. So it says square and compass. So I have absolutely no doubt that these owners, they belong to the club. And the name, I don't want to pronounce it anymore, because now in 2026, with the AI, there's so much censorship and so much total control. You know, they put it in the description, you know, what you should think, and I don't want this, you know. So I'll show you a new word, what I'm going to use. So this will be my new anti-censorship and anti-AI total control word for the 4-0 boys here on the left, who are everywhere on key positions, like the Swiss authorities, who were supposed to check the bar twice a year for security issues, which they hadn't even done for 5 years, leading to the 4-0 dead kids in a seemingly Burning Man sacrifice that they call the bug. So here again, this is the compass, the circle, and here's the square. And this is why they do it in capital letters. There's no other reason. They always do it. I know it, you know. And here's the new word I'm going to use now. Freemason. This is what it is. Like free more sin. So the free more sins and the free more sinners. I'm not going to use their words anymore. Finished. So from now on, my anti-censorship word for the square and compass guys is free more sin. Free more sin. Like liberate more sin in a cynical way, as we're being ruled by evil, who come out of the Knights Templars and have their base in the Alps. So it says again, free more sin and the free more sinners, free more sins 4-0. This here is a previous video in which I explain most of my anti-censorship words that I've been using so far, because the total control repression is a big problem and getting worse by the day. So you see, here's the title. It's on the same channel as here, and I made it a year ago. I slept here once next to the castle in my sleeping bag. And this place is only 20 kilometers down the road of Crans, Montana, and called Sion or Sion, like here. The infamous and notorious Templar, the Priory of Sion, and the book The Elders of the Priory of Sion, writing about a conspiracy against mankind by the Priory of Sion, and only 20 kilometers away where the 4-0 tragedy happened, and who still have a Templars commandery in the vicinity today by the name of Grand Prieuré Magistral de Suisse, as you can see here in their website. Here it says Grand Prieuré Magistral de Suisse. And in English, the name would be the Great Magistral Priory of Swaziland. And magistral means masterful, as in masters of the world, who, as I've been telling you many years, are in the Alps in Swaziland. So here you see the Knights Templars in a white gown as the bug being burned. He's got the sun behind his head. That stands for Horus, of course, the falcon god. And it says, Le Grand Prieuré Magistral de Suisse vous présente les meilleurs vœux pour 2026. They wish us all a happy new year. Well, it doesn't look very bright, all things happening now, eh? So, and this is the English name here, OSMTH. Here they have a coat of arms with angels. And this is interesting here. Yeah, they have, it says here, in 2026 we are still active everywhere on the whole of Switzerland. Sur l'ensemble du territoire suisse, it means everywhere in Swaziland they're active. So also, like presumably 20 kilometers away in Crans, Montana. And they have 4 commanderies that are active. And I hear this is the Latin name here, Ordo Supremus Militari Templi Hierosolimitani. I can't pronounce the word here, but this is this here. And that's like the hieroglyphs in it. I mean, why? So this name actually, this here, it is connected to the hieroglyphs of Egypt here. Hieroglyphs. Which is quite interesting to know. So here you see the commanderies in Swaziland. And these are all former Knights Templars. André de Montbard, Bertrand de Blanfort, Godefroy. Well, here they said this is the new name, Geoffroy, but it's actually Godefroy. Germanic, the origins. Godefroy de Saint-Omer. I've explained to you in my Mafia video that the Omerta, it's from this guy here. He's one of the 9 founders of the Knights Templars. And then we got Godefroy de Charnay. Char, it's like Sar, the king or the pharaoh. And they are in Valais. So Sion is in the canton of Valais, it means the valley. And 20 kilometers away is Crans, Montana. Also in the canton of Valley, the Valley Canton. So so this is the coat of arms of Geoffroy de Charnay, apparently, or the commandery there. Templars cross. There's it's all red and white, just like Swaziland. And here it says, so he was burned in Paris next to Jacques de Molay, burned alive. Here they say on March 18th. So these guys probably know it the best, you know. So it was not March 11th, but March 18th. That can be quite sure. 1314 at 6 o'clock. Very important to know. The 6 o'clock thing is more important than the date. I can tell you that. So the commandery in the canton of Valais, next to Crans-Montana, is called Geoffroy de Charnay, a commandery of the Knights Templars in Swaziland, right next to where the tragedy happened, the 4-0 tragedy. There they are. And they call it, in French, prieuré. And prieuré, it means the priory. And it's highly possible that they are in Sion, so prieuré de Sion. And even if they are next to Sion, they still call it probably prieuré de Sion. The Knights Templars political wing of the Three More Sinners are, of course, also in Sion, which you can see here, and only 20 kilometers away from where the 4-0 fire was in that bar, with definitely Three More Sin indications in their logo. So this is this valley. Here is Sion, and this is probably the way to Crans-Montana, only 20 k's away. The name of the Three More Sin Lodge in Sion, or Sion, as some in English call it, the name is Ataraxie. And in their website, as you can see here, they talk about in the heart of the old land or old country, with old country in between quotation marks, even writing it in capital letters. So here you see the square and compass with the G, of course. You can look up a lot of things here. And it says here, the Three More Sin Lodge, it's Lodge, Ataraxie. It says here, they are in Sion. GLSA, that means Le Grand Loge Suisse de Alpina, the Great Swiss Alpina Lodge in Sion. So here's probably the valley going to the 4-0 bar. So here is their name, Ataraxie. Here you see again the castle here in Sion, and this here, homie Ross who slept here. So here it says, au cœur du vieux pays à Sion. And they wrote it here, vieux pays, the old land or old country, with capital initials here of the words, and in between quotation marks. So it means they want to say something with it. And here, au cœur, it means the English word to care is from here, where the heart is, you see. So at the heart of the old land in Sion. So Sion is sort of the old land, where it started. So why the old country in between quotation marks? What do they mean with that? Why is that so important to them? Well, what and who is older than the Three More Sinners Well, the Knights Templars, of course, who founded the Freemasoners. So the old land most certainly refers to the Priory of Sion, where the Knights Templars restarted after they were kicked out of France and burned at 6 o'clock at in front of the cathedral. So this is very important. And here they also say that they have sincere friends, or the same, at these places, or also in the valley, Saint-Maurice, Épinacy, Martigny, Bex. In the valley, they got all these other Freemasoners. And here it says, Grande Loge Suisse Alpina, the GLSA, what we saw before. And there it is again, GLSA. And so I'm going to explain now the name Ataraxie, because there's also a message in it. Everything that has a message, secret symbol, and all these sort of things. There's nothing by coincidence. So here it is, ataraxia in English, ataraxie, and here it says here in dark here what it means. I'll let you read it yourself. So ataraxie or ataraxia in English means a state of tranquility characterized by ongoing freedom from distress and worry, like being in clean and neutral Swaziland in the Alps and away from the deadly persecution of France, enabling the pursuit of world domination in a both geographical as mental state of ataraxia, secluded in the alpine mountains and valleys of the base of all evil, and where they can do whatever they want without any consequences by authorities or other, as they themselves are the authorities, with Freemasoners occupying all key positions and keeping tight by executing the Knights Templars' laws of silence by Godefroy de Saint-Omer, also called the Omerta. So here's number 2 after the lodge in Sion. And here I'll show some more of the surrounding Freemasoner lodges in the same canton of Valais, or Wallis in German, where the 4-0 Constellation bar is or was. So from these nearby lodges, the Swiss Omerta authorities might very well be members of. I mean, the whole world and even the 3M felt something terribly offish, like your worst Swissy conspiracy concerning the way the Swissy authorities mishandled the January 1st 4-0 case in the Swiss Alps. So this is from the town of Épinacy in the canton of Valais. And this is where they house in. And this here is what the inside looks like, still in Épinacy in the canton of Valais, just around the corner from the 4-0 bar. So here you see all this pharaonic stuff here. And here, this is Isis and Osiris, the triangle stuff, of course, the sun. And here you see like 6 pharaohs sitting here. This looks like the scales of Ma'at. And the interesting thing is here in Swaziland, I see all these lodges here. Each one of them, they have 3 pillars. You see here there are 2. And the concept of 3, of course, together with all these squares, you know, the checkerboard pattern, you get square and compass. You know, the concept of 3 and this the concept of 4. But usually there are only 2 for Jachin and Boaz. Maybe this is the Jachin and Boaz, the 2 candles. But in each lodge here in Switzerland, I see 3. And you see all this pharaonic stuff, you know. I told you, Switzerland is the base of Pharaoh. And these guys, you know, the Freemore sinners, they have all these Egyptian stuff. You know, and, so the next one here is in Bex, also in Valais. Looks like an old house, might be an original Templar thing. They usually have these long forms, or many of them I've seen. And this also, it's like just around the corner from the 4-0 bar. And this is the inside of the lodge from the Freemore Sinners in Bex Valais. And they have 3 here as well, 3 pillars. And this here is the Seal of Solomon here as well. So that has nothing to do with the jaywalkers. This is just their master of the jaywalkers, you know. And so I suppose that the descendants of Solomon and King David, they are the Baron of Rothschild, who apparently practically ruled the JJ base. We are all slaves of Pharaoh's nobility, included the jaywalkers, who have no clue about their own history. You know, they come asking me Gure, can you tell me this and about our history? Can you tell me that? They have no single clue what it's all about. Just like the Europeans and the whole world, nobody knows, nobody understands their own history. So the next one here in Martigny, here it says as well. And here is this GLSA, what I told you before, the Grand Lodge, the Great Lodge of Suisse Alpina. It says here, pensée, action. Pensée is thinking or a thought, and action. So they look like harmless guys. I mean, why do harmless guys have this word action in it? What kind of action? You know? And of course, we got here the triangle stuff for the concept of 3. And here in the book is the square, 90 degrees for the concept of 4 also. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 corners and 4 sides. And of course, it says here one more time, the square and compass. And here's the blue for the war, representing the war crown. So this is the action part. And I get the pensée, the thought part, you know, doing very carefully and with angles and, you know, making a picture first. Oh, here's even the sun hieroglyph in it. Look at that, the circle with the dot in it. So, I mean, first, before the action, you make a drawing first. You use this, pensée, the thought or the drawing. And then you get the action, the blue war crown. Well, what do you want more, eh? So here the Freemore sins in Lausanne, here it says, which is a big town. It's bordering at the Valais canton. It's also very near. And you see here you got 3 pillars. I've never seen this actually. Usually they have only 2. And here you got the grail on it. Means our blood is here, our descendants are here. So it's the concept of 3, and here's the concept of 4 in the checkerboard. I mean, the square has 4 corners and 4 sides. And here's also the concept of 3. There's the pyramid stuff again, with the G, which is the 7th letter. The sun here has the octagon in it, 8 like sun rays, and if you put these little ones together, you get 16. And here the moon and the sun. Well, Of course, the moon and the sun, you know, that's Osiris and Seth. It's all pharaonic. And Lausanne nowadays, it's the big drug center of Switzerland. And I'll talk some more about it, about the which is coming up right now, about the Corsican criminals, actually, the owners of the bar, the Moretti couple, who had already been sentenced in France. So I highly suspect drugs going on there. So more because of the big drugs town of Lausanne right next door. So I mean, like the Greek word, like before, you know, sitting somewhere quiet in a small town with tourists, nobody is suspecting anything. Yeah, you can easily hide the alleged drugs, you know. And there's not so much control like in the big town of Lausanne, where there's so much drug stuff going on in the streets and everything. But just a minute, I'll explain it to you. Just be patient. And this one here of the three more sinners, you see the triangle here, and here square and compass and all that. It's also in the canton of Valais. I knew where it was, but I forgot it. I forgot to write it down, excuse me. So it's somewhere in Valais. Maybe it's in Sion. So and here it says sagesse, force, beauté. Beauté is like beauty. You can understand this. Force, yeah, okay, it's force. And sagesse, it's wisdom. Wisdom, strength, and beauty. Or is wisdom the beauty of strength? Or is strength the beauty of wisdom? What is it, you know? And here's also the all-seeing eye in it, which is Horus. Next to the 4-0 secret message, the alleged message would be death and fire. And in this context, it would be a good idea to watch the next Friday, the 13th, that will occur in November of 2026. And also watch closely summer and winter solstice of June 21st and December 21st for any suspicious events and activities. Maybe the message of January 1st, 2026 is World War III, with many young conscription soldiers dying for the next reset. It's an alleged message from the motherland of all evil concerning youth, fire, and death. And I urge you to remember the 4-0 message Donny has been giving all the time, which I showed you in this video here. So this is the O, the concept of 3 for the compass. He's doing it here. And it's at the end of the video. Here it's 35 minutes. And here's the title on the same channel. I made it last year. And so he's changing, doing the 3 and then the 4. The 4 fingers, the 3 fingers, the 4 fingers, all the time. That's the concept of 4 and 3, or 4 and O, because the O is the concept of 3. Just like in the 4-0 message. It's just another way of giving it. So the 4-0 of the 40 tragic deaths of these very young kids corresponds to the very same three more sinner concept of 3 and 4 Donny has been giving all the time. Now, first of all, watch this sign here. I'm going to explain it because this is very important to understand what is happening here and what happened here. In the logo of the 4O bar, we can see that funny sort of triangle in the first O. What is that? Well, it's a stylish geographical profile of Corsica that Corsican nationalists wear in a silver chain around their necks, which you can see here. So this is the 4O bar, Le Constellation, and in the first O you got this here, and most people don't know what that is. So, and they wear it around their necks like this, because the island roughly, it looks like this. Of course, there are a lot of, rocks, it's a bit like this, but roughly it looks like this. And this is the stylish geographical form of their island. The Corsican mafia wears it like this, with a dagger. So here's the dagger, you see, like here in the stylish geographical form here, there's a dagger. And also the men in general, they like it with a dagger, because there's a lot of vendetta on the island, even more than in Sicily. It's really huge. A lot of vengeance, killings, and so traditionally this is the traditional dagger with which they stick it in someone's back or in the kidneys. Just like the jaywalkers, they had the sicaria, the sicari, which they also, the name is being used in the cartels, the sicari, the hitman, like. So probably each region, in the former days, they have their form of a dagger. And this is the Corsican dagger, And the Corsican freedom fighters wear it like this, with an assault rifle. How do I know that? Well, maybe some of you remember this video that I published on my channel Gatse Frats in English and in French, when 13 years ago I was making videos for Corsican nationalists and Corsican freedom fighters, whom they call in French les indépendantistes corses, which means the Corsican Independence Front, like the very dangerous FLNC, standing for the National Liberation Front of Corsica. And so here you can see it's on my other channel, Gatse Frats. There we go. So you see that was in 2013. Here's the title, here's the channel, so if you want you can look at it. Interesting, the Corsica has of course the Ka of the pharaohs, like our souls live here, we are here. And Corsica is just, Egypt is just on the other side of the dip, it's not very far from Corsica. And I told you in Sardinia, next to Corsica, they got the name is from the Shards, who were Pharaoh's bodyguards, like the Shard in England, this sort of an obelisk thing almost. They were called the Chardans, the soldiers. Yeah, and there's the word Tsar in Sardinia or Chardan. The word Tsar for pharaoh or king, like in a sarcophagus. And I also made a French version, which you can see here, because finally I made it for them, for the Corsicans, who they have two languages there, Corsican, which is like sort of Italian, and they speak French. So this is much longer. The French version. Here's the title, Collectif Romani de Solidarité, etc. Here are some telephone numbers, and well, it's 13 years ago, and emails from that time. And because they wanted to organize, with more people, but it's a long time ago, So this is the French version, a bit longer. The Corsican FLNC group is on the French terrorist list and organized with the IRA, Irish Republican Army, the ETA, Euskadi Tasuna from the Basques, the Catalan Independence Movement, the South Tyrol Independence Movement, and many others, and with Homie Ross being the only non-Corsican being able to be in their midst, doing videos for them, having secret political meetings with them, hidden in the bush, high up in the Corsican mountains, which they call Le Maquis, where the vegetation is so dense you can't even get through. So here you can read some more about it. The FLNC, Front de Libération Nationale Corse, is a Corsican national paramilitary organization that has been active since 1976 and is considered a terrorist group by French authorities. And here's some more. I'll let you read it yourself. Here, the violence level, while they have conducted over 10,000 actions, they have traditionally aimed to avoid high casualties, though they have killed police officers and politicians. For instance, the 1998 assassination of the prefect Claude Erignac. So here's some more. I'll let you read it yourself. So here you can see some more, and here the FLNC is a name used by various guerrilla and paramilitary organizations that advocates an independent or autonomous state on the island of Corsica, separated from France. Why they have this symbol, I explained it in one of my videos, I don't know, 8 years ago maybe. I'll see if I can find it. The ideology here. I mean, you can type it in yourself there, the name, and go and read it yourself. Here it says they are left-wing nationalism and right-wing. Well, actually, they're not right-wing at all. They are left-wing, but only because they don't like Muslims. They're also right-wing here, but they are very typically left-wing, as their allies of the IRA in here, the Provisional Irish Republican Army, and the Basques, very leftish Antifa sword organizations. I think Donnie would like them in America very much. Well, it was a joke, of course. Here's some FLNC fighters. That's an old picture. And they do a lot of bombings, actually. And maybe because they change, and it says in 2024 they were against the jaywalkers, it says here. But they are very, very leftish, left-wing organizations. And why did they change? I will explain that to you. And that is very much related to the fire in the Swiss Corsican bar, Le Constellation. So here it says once more, they are from the far left. So a little bit left is just left, but far left is Marxist communist, as I've just explained to you. So here it says they are from the far left. And here it says the historical and militant wings advocate for armed struggle, positioning them on the far left of the political spectrum. And they want self-determination against French rule. They are very free there, you know, they're just exaggerating. And so you can read it all. So they are from the far left. You know, it says once more, the political spectrum fits the far left by advocating for revolutionary change and etc., struggle against the state, and far left. From all the Mediterranean islands, Corsica has the highest mountains, and even people snowboarding here. And from the language here, it says, believe it or not, Corsica has 4 ski stations. I didn't watch this video, but from the language, this is not English, but American or Canadian, so maybe I'll watch it later. Looks quite funny, eh? People are always thinking, well, Corsica, that's the Mediterranean. Well, it is very hot in the summer, but it gets cold in the winter if you go high enough. The Corsican mountains attend 3,500 meters and have abundant snow in winter. We partied together. I slept in their homes and hideouts, and attended the annual political 3-day rally of the Giornate Nazionale, meeting up with the IRA, the ETA, and the rest. And attended the annual political 3-day rally of the Giornate Nazionale, meeting up with the IRA, the ETA, and the rest. So, here you see there were a lot of people, and I want you to have a look. I'll explain it in a minute. Have a look at the word international here with a Z and not with a T. And here you see the Basque flag and all the other peoples without a country. It goes 3 days in the summer. Here you see the Irish flag, of course, and all peoples without a country. They all get together, all the revolutionaries of the world, so to speak. Now, that's interesting. I just saw that the snowboarders in Corsica, I just watched the video and they spoke French, actually. They look like, or one of them with the curly hair looks like a jaywalker. And you see the same channel. And this here, Corte, that's where they do the 3-day political rally, actually, of the Giornate Internazionale, with a Z, or a Z as the Americans call it. And this is the castle in the town. And I slept here once or twice, actually. I think I was on the other side. And I slept because here it's kind of hard, but I managed to go over the wall, and there was a little ridge here where I had about 1 meter where I slept in my DOS bag, my sleeping bag. And it was in the summer. So I guess it was on the other side. So nobody could see me. I didn't disturb anyone. I had a fantastic view. And the next day I went, actually it was quite late because they had Corsican music and all that. And so the next day I went back to the Giornate Internazionale. The Corsicans are in fact Italian and not even French. And so is their language. Whereas in Italian, we can see the word Nazi in nazionale, because the Mussolini fascists invented the word Nazis. Whereas in German, just as in English, there is a T in the word nationalism and not a Z as in Italian or Corsican. So here you see it. Here, you know, the 3, 4, 5, the 3 days. That was in 2012 in August 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And here you see the giornate, the days, journée, there's the word in French in it. Internazionale, you see the word Nazi, N-A-Z-I. And out of the Italian, the word Nazi comes from. And here you see the flag of Sardinia. This is Corsica, here's Ireland, the Basques. This is Catalonia, I think. And here, Argentina. And here you see this thing again, the geography of Corsica, here, the island. And the same head here, just like here and here. So the nationalists, you know, they have it like this on a chain with an assault rifle, you know. Here again, Giornata Internazionale. And here's the castle. They call it, like here, Cittadella di Corti. Corti is the town. In French, Corte, with an E. And this is why I slapped here, because the Giornata Internazionale, they are here. And relating the word Nazi to this here is absolute nonsense, created by the Philistines, the Muslims, and their taqiyya, making things up to fit the narrative. And because of censorship and AI control, I cannot pronounce this word here. And I will call it Bionism from now on. From bye-bye, go back home. Bionism. And once more, I have no problem with these people. I just don't want to have my video deleted, censored, or see some arrogant explanation in the description telling us what to think and what not to think. So you see the word here, it starts here with the Z. From here on, I'm not going to pronounce it anymore, and I call it Bionism. You know, from bye-bye, you know, this means they're going back home, so you can say bye-bye, no? Or they can say bye-bye. And I also saw that these ones here, they call them the word Nazi, they explain it, it's an abbreviation from NA, national, and ZI, then this word, which is absolute nonsense. And I showed it you just before that it comes from an Italian word for nationalism. So again, I have no problem with these ones here or these ones here. I have a bit of a problem with these ones, but I understand that all peoples, you know, and all these political things, they've all been indoctrinated with certain ideas, and then it gets stuck in their minds, they believe it. And it's all by Pharaoh's nobility, so we should help these, you know, the little ones. The big ones in the base of all evil, you just can't help them. You can't change them. But the little ones, you know, we can help them. And this is what I do. I change their minds, you know, maybe thousands of them who are not this anymore and they understand it. So I have no problems with these ones either, Muslims or Philistines, no problem at all. It's not my problem anyway. And the funny thing is, you know, why do these actually have problems? You know, this with this. In a way, here, they're saying it right with the equal sign here. Because these ones here, they want these ones to go away, And this here, it means we are going away, we're going back home. So actually it means the same thing in theory. But well, unfortunately, the reality turned out a bit different. So this is my new word I'm going to use now, bionism, like here, bye-bye, and then the onism, just like here. The by, I'm just putting the by here instead of the xi. And I just don't want to, I'm tired of getting my videos deleted and censored and all this in the description, things I don't want. I don't want that publicity. I don't want the arrogant, explanation of things, indoctrinating us all what to think and not to think. So they forced me to create my own words. So this is my new word. So we've got two new words in this video here. And there was the three more sinners and the bionism. And actually, it's very much related, the three more sinners and bionism, because there's the political bionism by the three more sinners, there's the bionism by the people, and there is the bionism, the religious bionism. And they all hate each other, they're all very distinctive things. And yeah, so from now on, bye-bye this one and only the bionism. So one more time, the word Nazi is coming from here, like in Italian. Only the Italians, they write this with an O, I think, and the Corsicans with a U. In the Corsican language, there's a lot of U, Corso, Nazionale, like that, So here you see the word Nazi from Mussolini. And not by the other thing I just showed you, the Philistines walking around and saying, they just want to fit the narrative, and just lie some stuff together. Here it says Nazionale, national, with a Z, and here Internazionale. Yeah, that's the word Nazi in it. Di Corti, from Corte, here where the citadel is. And here you see the Irish flag, the Sardinian flag. This is Catalonia, and here Corsican. These are the Brittany people. They're all teamed up together. My personal experience with the Corsicans is that they're either very good or very bad. There is no grey mass in Corsica, as in the rest of Western Europe, of dumb slaves who are neither good nor bad, but practically nothing at all. I believe, though, that the bad ones are far more numerous in Corsica. So, for the good ones I met in Corsica, and who also feel betrayed by the bad ones, I make this video. Because the Constellation Corsicans seem to be very bad ones, whom the few good Corsicans also detest. If you want to know how cruel Corsicans can be, then look at Napoleon, who was Corsican, and the three more sinner. Also, the French had slave labor camps for white men in the Americas until 1953, where over 50% of the guards were Corsicans, who tortured and killed at least 60,000 French at places like Ile du Diable or Devil's Island. Those who've seen the movie Papillon with Paul Newman will know how brutal, how violent, and how sadistic the Corsican guards were. Here you can see the original bed unto which the the Corsican guards chained Papillon for 2 years non-stop. In France, I read many books about Les Bagnes, the French slave camps for white men, like Papillon, Henri Charrière, Alfred Dreyfus, or Guillaume Cesnec, and I can tell you that the books were even far more brutal than the movies. And the books saying that the Corsican guards were the worst of all, and that half of the guards were Corsicans. Therefore, the Corsicans killed at least 30,000 French, which is far, far more than the number of Corsicans ever killed by the French. Although with their Corsican independence movement, they never talk about this and always slip into the victim's role, whereas they themselves are the aggressors. Same technique as the Philistines use, who are in fact the aggressors, couldn't win, and therefore slip into the victim's role. And what the entire Muslim world also falsely believes now, and repeats it wherever they can. So the white man, will also eventually believe that. The only ones in the entire world who will never believe that are the Chinese, who just lock them all up in order to protect their own. So here it's in French, but here you can read about Les Bagnes. You can put it in the machine and translate it. The name in English actually is the galleys. And here it says 100,000 persons in between 1852 and 1953 were sent there. And of the 100,000, 30,000 were political prisoners, like from Indochina and also Corsicans, and from Algeria, apparently. So, and 100,000 people, and of which 60% never came back. So this is where they send Papillon to, Les Bagnes here. And here it says the word Bagne comes from the Italian bagno, name of a prison in Livorno. Actually, the Corsicans, they come from Livorno, and built on the site of a therma, an ancient Roman bathhouse. So, like you might say, bathing in blood, if you want, you know. And in French, se baigner, like this, it means also to bath, to take a bath or wash yourself. And so I told you before, 100,000 people got sent there over the years, over 100 years, and 60,000 never came back. And as there were at least 50% of the guards were Corsicans, so that means 50% of 60,000 who never came back were murdered by the Corsicans. This is how I got the number, as I just told you before. And 100,000 were all tortured, or let's say 50,000 were tortured by the Corsicans. That's half of 100,000. So well, you can read about it yourself. And this is what I was looking for. So they had the galleys in France, and remember, until 1953, that's 8 years after World War II was still going on here. So they had them in Nice and Rochefort and Toulon and Le Havre, all over. Location of French bagne. So they had slave labor camps for white persons in France until 1953. Can you believe that? And these ones here overseas. Here it says overseas. So you got them in like New Caledonia, Australia, Madagascar, Indochina here, North Africa, and in South America. They're all French-like places, like or protectorates and all that nowadays. So here you can see that. And there was one called Devil's Island. And Papillon, he was sent there. Oh, they even had them in Italy for the French. During the Napoleonic era, Italy boasted the Bagno Genoa. Oh. And these things will come back, you know. They will come back. We see it already happening in America now. And this is why I talk about it so much, like what's going on in America. You might say, well, there's none of your business. But yes, it is, you know, because Donny is internationalizing the whole thing. And if it works out okay, like the Americans are not doing very much against it, then it will be a success and it will pop over into Europe and the rest of the world, all these camps. It will come back everywhere. So please do something against it. Here it says the Devil's Island. So Dreyfus, you know, the jaywalker guy, and there were anarchists and anti-militarists going to Devil's Island. And I remember that from the film with the Papillon. They closed, you see, officially closed in 1953. Can you believe that? Here it says Papillon by Henri Charrière. Fantastic book. And yeah, with Steve McQueen and Dustin Hoffman. From 1973. Wow. So here's the Devil's Island. Let's punch that. There you go. Devil's Island. Horrible. So that's off the coast of French Guinea. And Donny is capable of, you know, like taking some island somewhere, you know, maybe the island of Little St. James, you know, the Jeffrey Epstein Island, as Donny knows it very well, you know, they might transform it into a galleys, you know, because so they can hide it from, you know, what's going on in America. But it seems like Americans are not doing very much against it. Only some Antifas who are not allowed to say they're Antifas anymore, but they're basically the only ones who do something against it. You know. The rest of the Americans, they well, it's like the grey mass I just talked about. You know, I don't think they really care about it. So here, the Bagne de Cayenne, it's only in 2 languages. Funny enough, only the Ruskies care about it, for one reason or another. There's no English. And even Napoleon Bonaparte in 1852, he sent people there. It's in Guyane, it's in South America. Napoleon III, he sent there 3,000 political prisoners. Oh, fantastic. So there it is in South America, Guyane. It says here Amérique du Sud, it means South America. And this is what I wanted to tell you. They call it the dry guillotine. It says, so, you know, of 17, this is just one of them, you know, one of the galleys. So as I just, like the Nazis, they had so many of these things. So of 17,000 people sent there between 1854 and 1867, only 7,000 survived. So that's about, what is that, 60% died there. So they call it the dry guillotine. They died of malaria. Here it says malaria, food deprivation, violence, whatever. They just died. So slave labor for white persons. So remember that very well, And so if this slave labor camps for white persons, who were mostly innocent, by the way, or political prisoners and other, if they do this to white people, and it's not only this here. I mean, the Nazis did the same, There were also white people in there, mostly. There weren't any others. And so do you really believe that the white race is doing this to the white race? So you Nubians, you better think about this. So this means, and also the Indians in America, this means that the genocide on the Indians, the slavery on the Nubians in America, that it wasn't done by the white race, because I did the same to the white race, and even worse, as I told you. The white race is under 2,000 years of slavery. First the Romans, and then the kings, in the feudal system. So it's not the white race doing this. This is very important, that the whole world understands this. So the whole world will understand who the real enemy is. And that's Pharaoh's nobility. I've proven it. And as all these groups, like the ETA, IRA, the German RAF, and the Corsican FLNC, are and were socialist communists, therefore we find the communist red star as a dot on the I in their logo. As you can see here, there it is. It has all a reason, and there is more. So I find in their logo, I have found at least 4 secret messages. I told you before about the L inside of the bar, and then the C, making the 4O if you want, or the square and compass. Then there was this here, which is geographically, like here, Corsica. This is what the island looks like, but if you draw a straight line, you get it like this. And here as well. And then now we have the red star, because they are all communist, socialist organizations like the ETA, the IRA, the RAF of the Germans. And there's also a 4th one, which I will explain you just after this one here. First, I'll show you that indeed the IRA and the ETA, the RAF, they all have the red star like this. And they all group together like in the Giornata Internazionale with a Z, yeah, remember? So first of all, the motherland of the red star. Here you can see the Ruski Soviet red star. And here once more the Soviet red star, and here as well. And there's a V here, probably Knights Templar V, and a circle. And next you see the German RAF, the Bader-Meinhof, with a red star, just like the Corsicans in the red star, or the Constellation bar. And in German this means Rote Armee Fraktion. That means Red Army Fraction, so it's a part of the Red Army. That's why the red star. So here once more, the Red Army Fraction here, the red star, and some of their members being hunted down by the authorities. So these are all Marxist, socialist, communist organizations. These ones are or were, these ones still are, And it falsely said before that they are both left-wing and right-wing. Well, they're not right-wing. They only had to put it down because all these groups, they team up with the Philistines. So if you team up with the Philistines, logically, you are against the jaywalkers, and then you're anti-jaywalkerism and all that. So they have to call them right-wing, but they're definitely not right-wing. That's just an exception, sort of the rule because of the Philistines, and they thought they were doing something left-wing by teaming up with the Philistines, but they don't, because the Philistines themselves, they're Islamofascists, so they're right-wing, And here you got the ETA, here it says, also with the red socialist Marxist star. And I think of all the organizations, these are the most Marxist, socialist of them all, more than the FLNC, the RAF, and the IRA altogether. And they got their own language here. It says Independencia. And here also Socialismoa. And of course here the red star and here the red star. They all have the red star, and that's why it's in the logo of the Constellation for OBA. And here you got the Irish National Liberation Army, the red star, and here of course the same red star again. The IRA also have a red star, but I couldn't find a picture. But it's all the same, And apparently they even have flags like this. As you can see, this is a flag. Oh, here you can see the Irish Republican Army marching. They all have a red star here and here, all of them. Just like the Corsicans here, and the Basques, and the RAF from Germany. So here you see the Irish Republican Army with the red star, because they're all Marxists, with the Irish flag, green, white and orange. It's all black. Here's black, the wall is black. And here it says Republican Network for Unity with the red Soviet star. This is of course the phoenix. It's the bird rising out of the ashes, which is very much related to the Knights Templars. And it's ancient Egyptian mythology. That's where it's been seen for the first time, this birdie. Rising out of the ashes, that's why it's black here probably. And so this is like a circle, you see, so that's the concept of 3 for the compass. So there must also be the concept of 4. Where is it? Can you see it? Well, there are 4 words: Republican, Network, for Unity. And also this unity thing is one for all and all for one, or where we go one, we go all. It's always the same thing, unus pro omnibus, omnes pro uno. And the square is also here in the bricklaying. It's everywhere. Every time is a square. So it says square and compass, of the 3 more synagogues. So these kids here, and the Europeans and all these organizations, they have no clue whatsoever who's really behind it, who's financing the whole thing. And it's always the internal war between the vertical and the horizontal rule, and sometimes even both. So who are the enemies of the, let's say, of the Irish? Well, the enemy is traditionally the royals of England, the monarchy, so the vertical ones. So that's why these ones here are the horizontal ones. They are republicans, the Irish Republican Army. So here you see the Knights Templars turning into ashes, and this is the phoenix rising up out of the ashes in Swaziland, of course, which is their hideout, where they survived, where's the Priory of Sion and all that. So it is pharaonic. These ones were of the pharaoh's nobility anyway. They're all noblemen coming out of Pharaoh, so of course they take this as as a symbol. So nowadays it's always used for these ones here. The phoenix is always used for these ones here. And there's even towns called Phoenix. You know, it's incredible, and nobody knows what it's really about. It's all about the vertical and the horizontal rule. And here you got the red here also the red, here you got the white, here you got the white. So it actually says here Knights Templars, you know. It's the same with this one here. They even call it the Red Army. And the color red is vertical, whereas the white is horizontal and Republican. And whom were they fighting against, these ones here? Well, they were fighting against the German state. They were the enemy of the state. Now, what is the state? Nowadays, they're all Republicans, so the state is horizontal. And if they were fighting the horizontal ones, so they must have been here, these ones here, they must have been vertical, fighting them. So, and this is also the thing in Russia. I mean, communism started as a revolt by the people against the Tsars, who were really brutal, very bad for the people, murdering people, genociding the people, starving the people. And so there was a revolt, but the revolt got taken back again by the vertical ones, by the Russian nobility, with Stalin and Putin, and it became vertical again, you know, dictatorship, murdering even more people, like in a revenge. So it's all about the vertical against the horizontal rule. All these, so it's quite complicated because the ones fighting here, and they all think they're doing something good, but they don't have a clue what's really going on, you know. So they were fighting the German state, so they were actually the vertical rule behind it. But the members of this team here, you know, they didn't have a clue what they were doing. So all these young German kids, they just sacrificed their lives and they didn't even know for what. They were brave people. I mean, I don't say they did the right thing or they were good, but they were brave because they sacrificed their own lives. And they don't know. It's the Red House here, the Red Star, the Red House, who are the vertical ones. And the Soviet Empire was very vertical, taken back from the people after the revolution, again by the Russian nobility. So it's the Red House against the White House, like in America, the White House. And the White House was in Upper Egypt in the south, which is horizontal. So, and as a matter of fact, the red ones here, all these brave people, they were fighting against the White House, so to speak, against the German Republic, which is horizontal. And these ones and the IRA, they have no single clue what they're fighting for. That it's all red against white and horizontal against vertical. And they were brave people. Also in the IRA, there are brave people, and the Basque and also the Corsicans, especially these Germans here, these kids, very brave people. But they did the wrong thing, you know. So, and now they're being seen as bad. But in themselves, you know, in the inner core, they were not bad people, you know. It's the same as so many like young kids, neo-Nazis. Inside, they're not bad, but they're just doing the bad things, you know. And this is what I've been doing. I've changed so many people and who've thanked me, saying, oh, I hated the jaywalkers before, now I understand, I don't do that anymore. And, you know, only history. And history is always repeating itself. Hey, Donnie? So here you can read about the Provisional Irish Republican Army. Here's that logo with the birdie, the phoenix, as I just shown you before. And what I wanted to show you is that there, it says, Their ideology is socialism. It's Marxism, socialism. And you see, the allies, even the FARC, well, they are very Marxist. It probably even says somewhere. The ETA, Marxists. And so they're very left, only because they team up, as I told you before, with the PLO and the Philistines, who hate the jaywalkers. In the other commentary, they said, in the other comment, they said that they are right-wing, but they're not. Nonsense. They're very, very left-wing, only because they team up with the Philistines and the Muslims. It's said that they are also right-wing, because anyone who is against the jaywalkers apparently is right-wing, and that's because of the war and all that. And well, you can read it yourself and find it yourself. But this is very important. The Red Star, they're socialism. Yeah. And well, at least that's what they think. But it's it's the vertical rule and the horizontal rule, and they have no clue what's going on, really. So here the ETA, Euskadi Askatasuna, means Basque homeland and liberty. Here you see the red star as well. And remember, maybe you already forgot it, but I'm still showing you all this with the red star because it's in the logo of the Swiss Corsican bar, the 4-0 bar, the square and compass bar, the concept of 3 and 4 bar, with 4-0 kids died, having a red star in the logo. You must always look into the stars, into the logos. It's very important. If you don't understand the logos, you're not going to understand anything, because that's where it's the tip of the iceberg. The rest is like hidden. So here you see the ETA. There they are. What are they? Their ideology. They are revolutionary socialism, and they are Marxist Leninism. So that's why the red star. And we found it in the logo of the bar. It wasn't there by coincidence. You see, the allies are also the FARC. They're also Marxists in South America. The FLNC, you see the Corsican head, and the EZLN, also with a red star. Maybe you can see it if I go down a bit. Yeah, that's a red star. Oh, what happened now? And the FLNC, maybe it's all the Corsican thing here. I explained it in one of my videos where it comes from. Not many people really know it, because like the tourist industry, they tell you something, or the usual thing about Corsica, something which isn't true, And the FARC, do they have a red star? What did it say? Yeah, Marxist, Leninist. It's all red star stuff. And we just found it in the bar, yeah? Very important. If you want to understand why 40 kids had to die, you must understand the red star. You see here the Basque, here on the walls, the red star. Here's the birdie. Is it the phoenix or the falcon? Probably the falcon standing up. Here the concept of 4. Here's both. It says square and compass. 4 things here for the concept of 4 for the square, and it's the circle for the compass. They don't know whom they're fighting for. They have no clue. So let me recapitulate for you. So the stylish profile here of the geographical Corsica, which you can see here on chains. And if you don't understand these things, you will not understand who the owners, the Moretti owners of the death bar, really are. Then there is the Red Star, because they're all Marxist organizations against the state. And now the third thing, so we had this here, one, secret symbol in the logo, and two, the star, secret symbol. And just before we had the concept of 3 and 4 in the C and the L, for the compass and the square. So that's 3, and now the fourth one. And so do ask yourselves why the C and the N are bigger, written in majuscule typography. I mean, there must be a reason they decided to have a big C and a big N, just like the Corsican silhouette in the O or the red Soviet star in the I when they conceived the logo, eh? Well, because the majuscule C and N stand for Corsica Nationalist, or Nationaliste Corse in French, and in their language, Corse Nazione, which is also a political party of them. So here the big C for Corsica and the big N for nationalists. Very important. And all these things, this is also a nationalist symbol, and also is this of the Nationalist Independence Organization, which the nationalists, and nowadays many other Corsicans as well, they carry this around their necks. The mafia have it with a dagger, and the revolutionaries with an assault rifle. So we got this secret symbol, this one here, before the C and the L, and now we got the C and the N for Corsican Nationalist. This is not a coincidence. Why else would you write a big C and a big N? You must always ask yourself why. Hey, you see a cup and it says, like a coffee cup, it says Corsica Nazione with a C and an N. And here's the Corsican head and even a crown, which is in the story what I've once told you. And here as well, written on the wall, they write it down everywhere, graffiti, Corsica Nazione, CN. So here you can see that there is, next to the FLNC, yet another big Corsican liberation movement by the name of Corsica Nazione, with a C and an N. And the very reason for which the C and the N in the name of the Swiss Constellation bar are written in capital letters to indicate the Corsican nation. In their lingo, Corsica Nazione, with the word Nazi in it, as I've just explained. So you see, they even got T-shirts with the same man were holding the gun, like on the silver chain. And here they write it everywhere on walls. There's graffiti everywhere. They're like kids, very dangerous kids, though. For me, they're not real revolutionaries. And also here, you see, on the floor here, on the ground, you see the same symbol here again, which is the geographical, stylish made, the symbol of the island, because the island looks roughly, has this form. And what is also very important here, so we see the C for Corsica, and here as well, and the big N for Nazione, CN. Oh, you still don't believe me? Well, look at the floor here. It says CN, you know, like here, CN, meaning Corsica Nazione. And this here looks like an eye, this one with the red Soviet star in it. I'll make it a little bit bigger so you can better see it. So there's a reason, for the big C and the big N, the red star on the eye, here the logo of their island. And before there was this L big for the square, and this makes the compass. It's all graffiti. The logo is the same graffiti as on the walls here. Apparently on this island, they like graffiti. Oh, I'm so important. Listen to me. See it on the wall. And here also they make T-shirts. Isn't that lovely? So here I enlarged it a little bit. Here you see CNI. And here the stylish island of Corsica, just like here. So the C and the N, I just explained it. That's Corsica Nazione, the Corsican nation. But what about the I? Well, I will prove to you that this I is the very same one as this I here. And there's probably even a star on it. The I in CNI, or in the logo of Le Constellation 40 bar, stands for Independenza, which means independence in the Corsican lingo. So here you can see it. Independenza Corsica Nazione. Or the other way around, Corsica Nazione Indipendenza. Yeah, Corsica Nazione Indipendenza. That's what it means. So the I in Le Constellation, it means independence. So altogether, CNI stands for Corsica Nazione Indipendenza. And this is what 40 kids had to die for. And that's why I'm angry and tell what I know, which otherwise I would never have done. And still, I won't tell you all I know, but just the essential. So here again, CNI, you got here the stylish Corsican island, just like here. And we see it again here, where it says Indipendenza. And here the I, which is the same one as this I here, Corsica Nazione, and here, like the CN, and here you got the I, with the Soviet star in it, where all the kids had to die for. 40 innocent kids had to die for some Marxist, Leninist independence utopia with a Soviet red star on the Independencia I, and a terribly painful and torturous death that was on top of it. A Corsican vendetta, worse than the usual Corsican dagger in the back. So here you can read about the Corsica Nazione Indipendenza. Here you see Independentista, and here it says its political position is far left, which is Marxism, communism, that says, Leninism, the whole thing, Stalinism probably. And you see also the FLNC again. And here's, well, FLNC. This is what the kids had to die for. And the Swiss authorities, they know it. I mean, you must be really blind if you can't see that they're hiding something. Eh? The whole world is seeing that the Swissies are hiding something. And look, if you do an open source investigation, open source, it means like just look in the internet. That's open source investigation. You'll find out a lot of things. I mean, the Swiss authorities, they could do this, but they're just doing the omerta, the laws of silence. They don't do anything for justice. So here you see the that symbol again with the Corsican head. Here it says Corsica Nazione. Now look at this. You see a lot of names here. Oh, what do I see here? Moretti. Look here, Michel Moretti. Well, I mean, if the owner of that bar, Jacques Moretti of the Le Constellation, the 4-0 bar, if he's having CN in the logo and the Corsican symbol in the logo, the Soviet red star on the eye for independenza and whatnot, then this must be family, probably his brother or his father or an uncle, There you go, Corsica Nazione, CNI. Here on YouTube, they talk about a Anton Moretti of the Corsican, allegedly of the Corsican mafia, who allegedly murdered somebody else. And so here's the title, and here's the channel name, so you can look it up yourself. This is just open source investigation, like. And if you punch this Anton or Anto Moretti in the machine, it says here they got sentenced to 13 years prison. And here's some more. You see, banditism, the bandits. And there's also Jean-Mathieu Moretti. Oh, that's the father of that guy. He says, no, we're not mafia, we're no criminals. No. And there's a lot more. Here you see the another Anton Moretti. There's his grave. Anyway, there's a Moretti family in Corsica who are in the mafia. And as I just shown you, the Moretti, Jacques Moretti of the 4-0 bar, he has all the indications of the Corsican independence movement. So with at least 4 items in the logo indicating the Corsican nationalist connection, and another 2 items for the 3 more sinners, making 6 indications altogether in the logo, there's hardly any more doubt with whom and what they're affiliated with. So the first indication for the affiliation with the Corsican national movement is the C and the N for Corsica Nazione. The second, the island here, with all the nationalist guys, they have it around their neck. The third one is the Soviet Red Star, because they're Marxist-Leninist. The fourth one is the I for independenza, meaning independence. So here, the 5th indication, and now that they are also affiliated with the 3 more sinners, which is the new tendency since a couple of decades already. I already made a video about it a couple of years back, how the mafia, how they have infiltrated the 3 more sinners in Italy. And so here we got the big C and the big L, so this is inside of the bar. in Carls, Montana. So here the circle, which stands for the compass, which is this thing here. You need this thing here to make a circle. And here's the square, 90 degrees. That's why they made it in capital letters. So this is the fifth item to understand with whom they are affiliated. And here the sixth item to understand that they are also affiliated or have infiltrated these ones here, the three more sinners. So here are three bubbles, a small one, a middle one, and a big one for Isis, Horus, and Seth. So the big one is Seth, the middle one Isis, the little one is Horus, or sometimes it's also Osiris. It depends. I've shown you this even outside, in logos, on trucks, on roundabouts. It's everywhere they do this. So this is really for the three more sins. And there's also here the G, like here's the G. So we got here the concept of 3, must be the concept of 4 as well somewhere. I don't see it, but the other colors red and white for the Knights Templars, for Swaziland, for the White House and the Red House of Pharaoh. And of course, here's the star again. Don't know why they did it in white, by the way. Could have done it in red, actually. I suppose this also has a meaning here. Maybe this is like the G, like this here, like subconsciously, in a way. But anyway, the G is very obvious, and the three bubbles as well, the big one, the middle one, and the small one. So there are at least 6 items in the logos that they're using to understand who's really behind this bar of the constellation. I will also explain you the name, how that also relates to the affiliation. So here's the video about the how the head, the Corsican head here, why they have this as their symbol. And here you see the island. You see it's like a finger here. And I made this video 8 years ago while I was invited in a pub of a Corsican guy. So here's the title: The Corsican warrior chief chopped off the head off of an Arabic caliph, Emir Sultan Sheikh, and brought his wife back. It's an interesting story, so go and have a look at it. And it's at the same channel as here. You see, 2018. That's 8 years ago. So here's that video in which I explained, I made it 4 years ago, I think, how the mafia, how they come out of the Knights Templars. And if you want to understand, if you really want to understand what happened in that Swiss bar on January 1st, 2026, you must watch this video, otherwise you won't even understand it. So it's only 8 hours. You have to know history to understand what's going on today. So I made it in 2022. Here's the title: The Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil, Part 8, Pharaoh's Worldwide Templar Mafia. It's on my other channel, Homeland Security, for the Homeland Security, but it's the Homeland Security. What we can see happening today with the ice and all this, they are really Homeland Security. There's no other words for it. And why the Swiss Beast, home of the devil? Well, because Swaziland is the base of both the Knights Templars and the Mafia. That's why they bring all the money. So this is the only way to understand what happened in the Constellation bar. You have to understand all of this. And about infiltrating the mafia, infiltrating the three more sinners, I really don't know why I have it. I made a little bit too many videos, so maybe it's in here. I don't know. I'm telling you all this about the Corsican independence nationalists because I hate traitors, and these are traitors to the cause. And the cause of fighting for freedom against the occupation and against wars was a noble cause. But when I was there in Corsica with the liberation movement, already many freedom fighters saw crime and mafia the only way to finance the revolution. And I'm talking mid-1990s, more than 30 years ago, already being in Corsica with these guys. The bad revolutionaries started heavy crimes like drugs, prostitution, then with that money buying bars, restaurants and discotheques, with an internal war breaking out between the poor, good revolutionaries and the rich, bad and criminal revolutionaries, as the good ones saw the revolutionary values betrayed by drugs, prostitution, racketeering, and other non-revolutionary crimes. So the bodies started to pile up, with executions every single day, where even French judges and senators, anti-terrorist police and government spies got assassinated, with the European community declaring Corsica as the murder capital of Europe. The same thing happened with the IRA, who also went into crime, also because they were teamed up with the PLO and other Philistine movements. And we all know how Hezbollah is involved in the drugs trade, and most likely together with some Irish. Corsicans hate everything that's Arab or Muslim due to their history in the Mediterranean, needing to deal with Arab raiders coming to snatch European women, and where the story of the Arab decapitated head as the Corsican national emblem is from. It is a decapitated Arab head, and the Corsicans would like to do that even still today with all of them. As far as I know, only the Basques stayed faithful to the true revolutionary values and never joined any mafia, nor ever dealt with drugs or other. Today, 2026, there are no more real revolutionary freedom fighters in Europe. The Basque ETA totally disbanded in 2018. The IRA of Ireland disbanded in 2008. And the Corsican FLNC never disbanded, but declared an official truce with the French state in 2014 and laid down their arms. And Homie Ross picked up his camera. Now, who got the Corsicans into Swaziland? Why would Corsicans just randomly pick Swaziland? Or did someone give him that idea? And I thought they loved their island so much, with all those chauvinist symbols in the logo, then why go somewhere else? Well, the Corsicans are affiliated with an independence group from Switzerland, called Le Bélier, which means the Rams, like the LA Rams of Los Angeles, American football. And their emblem is quite similar too, only their favorite sport is even more violent than American football and includes terror, assassinations, bombings, and guns, the very thing the Corsicans also like. So here you see their name, Le Bélier, which means rams in French. Here is their flag, which I'll explain to you later on. So here you see all these guys. There's a lot of guys behind it as well, who are carrying like a medieval battering ram. So this is the kind of atmosphere there. And it's a very mountainous area. So the hillbillies, they're carrying, a lot of them carrying this. And if you don't agree with them, they come with the battering ram and destroy your door and all things like that. So you understand a bit like the atmosphere there. So the Corsicans exported their know-how on bombs to Les Béliers, the Rams of the Swiss Jura liberation movement. And in return, as gun laws are quite lenient in Swaziland, with more guns per capita than in America, an extensive guns trafficking from Switzerland to Corsica started. I made this video 12 years ago on my channel Gatzefratz about Swiss guns and the Swiss military-industrial complex, and how even 1/3 of the American authorities use Swiss guns. As I said, Swaziland is probably gun land #1 in the world. And if you own guns, well, you want to use them too one day and dream of using the guns. So the Swiss Gestapo in 2011 put 3 guns on my head, which I'll show you later, where you can find that video. So here it says Sieg Sauer, like the Nazis. Sieg Heil, Sieg Heil, Only you write it S-I-A-E-G. But everybody understands this, and it says SS, Sieg Sauer. Here you can see the Swiss cross, as they put it everywhere. And here is the title of the video, so you can look it up yourselves. And here it says Gatzefratz 2014. Here, 1/3 of US police use Swiss Sieg Sauer guns to kill Americans, like in Ferguson, Missouri. Well, at that time it was Ferguson, Missouri. Now it is Minnesota. And they're probably gunned down with Swiss guns. Here are also some links in the video here. And Swiss guns, the Swiss military industrial complex. Remember my videos about how the Swissies put that Swiss flag everywhere, and even on their guns. So here's one of those Swiss flag everywhere videos. A psychiatrist would call it highly pathological, as far as the Swissies haven't bought him yet. So it's on my other channel. Here it says Gatzefratz. Here's the title. Cynically, it's great to be Swiss. And it says, I made it 8 years ago. Reminds me of Donny, who puts his name on each one of his Trump Tower buildings. Or has the new Iceman trained for only 47 days, referring to himself, the 47th president. Here it says he's president 45 and 47. And here the 47-day badge. It says a 2026 ICE recruit is handed a badge in just 47 days. There you go. Because of this here. And is this the air he got shot at? Is it this side? Or is it the 47th air, maybe? Looks all right to me, eh? Nothing wrong with it. I mean, with the 223 caliber, it looks perfectly in order, eh? And Donny has the same Swiss habit of referring to his great self, as the Swissies do, by putting a Swiss cross everywhere, put the name Trump everywhere, or indicate the number 47 everywhere, for the divine Trump connection on everything the US does. So, if there are any Icemen watching, this is the former Swiss assault rifle that shoots the equivalent of a 30-06. And, well, where is a lot of ice? Are ice and the Iceman referring to the Swiss octagon in the Alps, using their Swiss Sieg guns to ice the Americans? So here you see a lot of ice. It's all white. Here as well. Here it says Ice City, Davos World Economic Forum. Here I wrote it once again, Ice City. Like I wrote it like this so you understand better what I mean. And here's Donny, he just landed with his chopper. Yeah. So there's a lot of ice in Davos, where they all get their orders from. Can it therefore be that Davos is Ice City, where it's being decided what will happen in America with a Swiss ice age of Nazi stormtroopers strafing the streets of America? Red, red snow wherever the wind will blow. So here it says the Swiss Ice Age. Just as when Adolf was in Zurich, Switzerland, August 30th, 1923, where the Swiss octagon financed him. And we can all see it happening all over again, can't we now? The aim was for Adolf to destroy Germany, just as it has been decided that Donny will destroy America. It says Zurich, August 30th, 1923, Ice City, CH is Confederacy Helvetica, another name for Switzerland. Remember how I explained to you the red carpet symbolizing the Pertasser, red house of Pharaoh of the vertical rule, where it all began and where the conquest of the world started. Red, red carpet in the snow, colors of Pharaoh, colors of Knights Templars who founded Switzerland in 1291. Here's that video from 14 years ago in 2012, where the Swiss Iceman put 3 guns on my head to make me stop talking. So it ended up in the newspaper. This is me. This is the corrupt authorities of Switzerland. And here's the entire title. You see, it was in May 2012, 14 years ago almost. And the Swiss don't like it, when somebody opens up his mouth. Oh, look, I got 12 comments. It's amazing, isn't it? 12 comments. Now, back to the Corsicans and their Swiss affiliates. Guns are expensive, especially the ones from the richest country in the world. And weapons for the Corsican Liberation Army need a lot of money. And also safe houses in Le Maquis, Corsican underground, need to be constructed and paid. You need food, uniforms, explosives, cars, etc. So the Swiss Bélier from the Jurassic canton Jura set up bars, restaurants and discotheques safely away from their own Jurassic canton in touristic regions like ski resorts to be owned and operated by the both Corsican revolutionaries and gradually more and more Corsican mafiosi. The Swiss Rams set up shop, if you want. And with the money made in the Swiss ski and winter sport industry, the Jurassic Rams people were tasked to buy more ammo, pistols, submachine guns, and assault rifles in gunland Swaziland. And by the way, yes, this is where the name for the famous American film comes from, as many dinosaur fossils were found in the chalkstone and limestone mountains of the Jura, where the word Jurassic derives from. Jura is in fact Old Celtic language, and it means the Black Forest. Ju means forest and Ra black. It is in fact the same mountain ridge, Jura, that goes over into the Black Forest in Germany, and only interrupted by the Rhine Valley around Basel. How do I know all this? Well, I officially lived with the Jurassic Bélier Rams for about 15 years at 60 Le Pré des Soults, 2364, Saint-Bray, La Franche-Montagne, République du Jura, in Swaziland, where I had my trailer caravan on the land of a Jurassic nationalist who bombed the statue of the Swiss pedophile, which I uploaded here on my channel Gatsefrats 14 years ago. So here you see the Swiss pedophile like biting off the head of a child, of a baby. And here you can see this, it's 2012 on my channel Gatsefrats. Here's the title, the famous Swiss statue of the Swiss pedophile in Bern, Switzerland. Here, the Sisters of Isis have their ways indeed to make a garden gnome out of rebellious man. After the bombings in Bern, the capital of Swaziland, the bombers were put in prison, in the notorious torture prison Amthaus Bern, as you can see here in the picture. and the Swiss Germans sent tanks into the streets of Jura. The Jurassics are in fact speaking French, just like the Corsicans do. Some of the Jurassic bombers even blew themselves up and died when they executed the bomb attack in Bern, the capital of Swaziland. So here is that address again where I officially lived and where I'm probably still officially documented, because it was the last address where I officially lived. And I recognize most of the men here in this picture, and also the ones who stole my trailer with everything in it. But of course, YouTube won't allow me to announce their names here. These are very treacherous people who stab you in your back when they feel like it. And the most treacherous thing was, in fact, that they stole my trailer in collaboration with the Swiss German authorities, whom they're supposed to fight against. Which means that through this alliance between the Jurassic Liberation Movement and the Bernese Swiss German authorities, the Bernese Swiss German authorities knew perfectly well what was going on in Crans-Montana, in and around the Corsican bar. Therefore, the deafening silence by the highly corrupted Bernese Swiss German authorities. Well, anyway, most of the Jurassics have Swiss German surnames anyway. So here you can read about it. Le Jura libre, the free Jura. That's the word liberty in here. It's only in 2 languages, and which is not English. And you see the same thing as as we saw with the Corsicans, with the I in a different color, accentuating it, you see. And it stands for independence. Independenza, as the Corsicans called it. And that's why it was on the logo with a red star on it, to accentuate it on the logo of the Corsican bar in Crans-Montana, the Constellation. So here again, there's only one language, which is French, Groupe Bélier. Here you can see it, the Rams. You can find it yourself. This is another logo of theirs. You see it's the head here and the horns, the Rams. And you can find it yourself and look it up. Here says a bit about the actions they did, but there's nothing about the bombings. They keep it all quiet. Yeah. And here it says Rassemblement Jurassien. 3 languages, but I just had a look. There was no English exactly. Catalan, you saw that, and German, because they're teamed up through the Giornata Internazionale in Corte, Corsica, with the Catalan independence movement. So the Jura is this part here in the west of Swaziland. Here's France. And there's a lot more here. You can read it yourself. It's quite long. Anyway, the history I'm telling you is totally different than what they tell you. And here, I think they had it in English here. The Jurassic, the Jurassic question. It says here, question jurassienne. Here, die Jura-Frage. Well, it almost sounds like the other J here, from the Jaywalkers. They also have this, the Jaywalker Frage, but the other word, which I don't want to pronounce anymore. And so, well, there's a lot more, so I'll show you in English. There we go. In English. Here, Jura separatism. Here I will show you the whole website here, so you can look it up yourself. And they call it the Prince Bishopric of Basel. That's where the staff comes from. It's interesting to read this because, you know, the Swissies completely keep the lid on this, you know. I only know this because of Corsica. I was in Corsica first, and then I met these guys there. Well, and then I lived there as well. So, are there any more? Here. Jura separatism. There you go. The Jurassic flag shows, like the American flag, red and white horizontal lines, meaning the Republican horizontal rule. And it shows the concept of 4 and 3, symbolizing square and compass, with 4 red lines and 3 white lines. Next to it, on the left-hand side, is an upside-down fleur-de-lis. Here, to the right here, you can see the Jurassics do graffiti, just as in Corsica, as they're basically cowards who spray graffiti in the night when no one sees it, do assassinations or bombings in the night with a dagger in one's back, and as genuine cowards hide in the dark and take no responsibility for the death of 40 very young kids. So here once more you see the Corsican graffiti, just as the Jurassic guys, they do it in the night, you know, nobody sees them. And the big C is because of Corsica, and the big N here in the logo of the death bar is for Nazione. Just as here, CNI, Corsica Nazione, and the I for the Indipendenza, independence, with a red Soviet star because they are Marxist, Leninist, communists. And here, again, the same symbol as here in the logo and as here. So they always do it in the night, both the Jurassics and the Corsican nationalists. So from my own experience, I perfectly know how despicable they are without any sense of honor, both Corsican as well as the Swiss Jurassic nationalist cowards, who will never stand up as a real man would and take full responsibility for their despicable deeds, like the death of 40 kids. Therefore, I, Sean Ross, say basta. I tell the world what you bunch of cowards are really doing. You went too far. This is no revolution killing 40 kids. Basta. Basta vince per campa corsu, and bellie basta. Basta is a Corsican word, and also Italian, meaning finished, no more. And this picture here was taken in Corsica, with the Jurassic Swissies posing with their Jurassic flag. And in this picture, I recognize about half of the Swiss Jurassics whom you see here, and I met them both in Corsica as well as in the Swiss Jura. So I, homie Ross, say basta, and I know that the few good Corsican revolutionaries I know agree with me, but that they are too afraid to break the silence of the omerta and too afraid of the Corsican vendetta. Me, homie Ross, fear is my best friend, and friends don't bother each other. I already made peace with death far too many times at certain points in my life to be bothered. Too many times when the inverted pyramid of death was chasing me and breathing down my neck. What I do fear, though, is bad conscience. In union with the Swiss Germans, the Bellier Jurassics stole my trailer with thousands of euros property in it. So personally, I find the Jurassics very treacherous and never met any good ones. Well, the Jurassics all have Swiss-German names anyway. So for me, not much to expect. So here you see again, here it says Le Jura Libre, the free Jura. And here the I in another color, accentuated, just as the Corsicans do. So you know that the I stands for independence, libre, free. But not a different kind of free, because here you see the concept of three, and altogether there are four horizontal lines, so it also says the concept of four. So it says square and compass in the word free. Interesting, eh? As you can see in this video here, there is that evil empire in the snowy mountains, there where they do everything collectively, like collective theft of my caravan with belongings. And as the cowards do everything collectively, they have no bad conscience with it, because everybody collectively agreed anyway. No one to give bad conscience and oppose. In the Nazi era, we could see that very same collectiveness pushing away all guilt feelings and conscience. And in the 4-0 bar case of Crans-Montana of January 1st and after, we can see the very same thing happening, of collective Swiss silence, worse than the Corsican omerta, with no honest persons in sight to take responsibility for 40 kids murdered out of collective greed. I've been terrorized for almost 30 years now by the Swiss, and still ongoing. And I know my tormentors, who do everything collectively. And I know that Swaziland is all about greed. Just look at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Swaziland, which happens to be today, January 21st, 2026, and where all the greedy ones in the world get invited by the motherland of all greed to discuss their greed together, while the corpses of 40 kids have just barely cooled off. Swaziland is all about greed, corruption and nepotism, where the 4-0 bar of Crans-Montana, the 4-0 bar tragedy, goes way deeper and way higher than people imagine, and therefore it needs an independent international investigation, because the Swissies won't do anything except stall time. And I hope my information here will help an international team of investigators to dig really deep into the Swiss dung pile. So here you can see that video. I called it Collective Violence in the Evil Empire. I made it last year. It's exactly a year ago in 2025 on the same channel. There's a lot of lovely pictures like this in the video. The title is Collective Violence in the Evil Empire, as you can read here. At the end of my time with those treacherous Swiss and Corsican independence nationalists, I was getting threats that I shouldn't make any more videos and stop talking that much. So I told them that only information and understanding of history can possibly change something, and that the new era of the internet was there to use it for the right cause, and that I was more interested in the real mechanics of a revolution than in that treacherous union of revolution with the mafia, and then keep silent about it forever with their Corsican omerta and Swiss laws of silence. And with that said, well, that was the end of it. Only 12 days after the deadly fire in the Corsican bar in Crans-Montana, Swaziland, of January 1st, 2026, the Corsican nationalist leader Alain Orsoni was shot dead while attending the very funeral of his mother in Corsica, with a single bullet in the heart from a long distance on January the 12th, 2026. So here you see him, Alain Orsoni. It says January 12, 2026, Alain Orsoni assassinated in Corsica. Only 12 days after the fire. You're not going to tell me this is not connected, eh? To me, the MO modus operandi smells Swiss octagon, with a high-powered Swiss precision rifle, just as a Swiss death squad tried to eliminate me. Eliminating loose ends, as it's called. Just as Swiss precision rifles killed many unarmed Ukrainian freedom fighters in 2014 during the Maidan uprising, which you can see in this video here from 12 years ago. So here it says Ukrainian copies of Swiss Brugger and Tommet APR rifles used during protests in Kiev. And here's the title. on my channel Gatsenfrats, and in 2014. Yeah, the Swiss military-industrial complex is a dangerous conglomerate with ties into the Swiss parliament, giving orders, well, etc. And a lot of links as well, so you can look it up. Alain Orsoni was the founder of the FLNC, as I've shown you in part 1, together with the nationalist ties in the logo of the Constellation bar, like the big C and the big N for Corsica Nazione, the accentuated I for Indipendenza, and the geographical profile of Corsica. So here it says again, Alain Orsoni, the founder of the FLNC. Here he is, or was. And FLNC, that's the Corsican nationalist movement. The N for nationalist, Corsica, liberation, federation maybe. His best friend was a Moretti by the name of Michel Moretti, and same surname as Jacques Moretti of the Burn Bar. And Moretti died in 2008, the same year that Alain Orsoni's son, Guy Orsoni, was shot at with 48 bullets in his armored car, stopping all 48. So here you see Alain Orsoni. He died on January 12th, and here Michel Moretti. So here are the Morettis. It looks like a Hollywood film on the mafia, the Godfathers. So here is Michel Moretti, and here's Jacques Moretti, and this is Jessica Moretti. And now the question is, do they know each other, or are they related? Well, my guess is, yeah, sure. Alain's brother, Guy Orsoni, was assassinated in 2008, and who got revenge the same year, when the Corsicans, disguised as cops, entered the Ajaccio prison in Corsica and executed the 3 assassins inside the prison. Alain's father, André Orsoni, was a paratrooper and a World War II hero, served in the Vietnam War, but deserted the army when President de Gaulle, former General de Gaulle, betrayed France in 1962 by abandoning 2 million French civilians in Algeria, leaving them at the mercy of the Arabs. So he joined the OAS, Organisation Army Secret, Organisation Armée Secrète, and tried to assassinate the traitor de Gaulle. So here you see the OAS fighters, original picture, and here it says OAS, Organisation Armée Secrète, Organization Army Secret. And you see the dagger going into the crescent moon of Islam. Here's Algeria, and I don't know what this is. Oh, this is the Lorraine Cross. As the Gaulle, he was part of that, My grandfather already said it, apparently, that he was a traitor. My grandfather, he was an officer in the naval intelligence, British, during the war, and he already knew, apparently, that de Gaulle was a traitor. In 1973, this movie was made on the story of the OAS trying to get rid of the traitor de Gaulle, who betrayed 2 million French in Algeria, amongst whom relatively many Corsicans living in Algeria who, with all reason, still feel betrayed by France until this very day. They still feel betrayed by the French, by France, and by the entire Western world. I've talked about the OAS in my previous videos and even filmed 9 years ago in Petit Clamart, Paris, where the OAS riddled the black presidential limousine of the traitor with bullets. So there was a sign here. Here you see this is part of Paris, a suburb. And here it says the OAS. And there are some more things in the video, so it's on the same channel. And here it says 2017, here's the title, so the OAS. So I understand, and I've been talking a lot about this when I was in Corsica, that all of them, they still feel betrayed by the world, by the Western world, by France, etc. And this is also one of the things that actually led to the fact that there is no more respect. So that's why many go into the mafia. They were good people, not anymore. And they were betrayed so many times, and there's no more respect. And it ends up with 40 dead. But where did it start? It really started, one of the things with de Gaulle betraying 2 million French, of which there were many Corsicans. Many of the French civilians in Algeria were Corsicans, as Corsicans live all over Africa, as you can see here, and about which I will talk some more later, related to a huge French political scandal of the Corsican mafia infiltrating the highest of the French politics. So I read you a little bit more about it. It's about Corse-Afrique, Corsican Africa. In order to understand the 41 kids now dead in Crans-Montana related to the Corsicans, you must absolutely understand this, otherwise you will never understand what really happened and what the kids had to die for. So I'm sorry I have to read this for you. Corsicans have played a significant role in Africa, particularly during the French colonial era, comprising up to 22% of colonial administration in the 1930s. As I just told you, in the Le Bagne Papillon, 50% of the guards, they were Corsicans. They were all over the French colonies, because they already come from a hot climate, probably. And there's not much work there, so they went elsewhere. Despite representing less than 1% of the French population. So the Corsicans were the 1% of the French population. Yeah. Over 230,000 Corsicans lived in colonies, like Algeria, 100,000 plus, Tunisia and Morocco, often forming tight-knit networks that influence both colonial and politics, including the France-Afrique network of influence. That's what I was telling you about. They infiltrated ministers in France of the French government, who were Corsicans as well. So the key aspects of Corsicans in Africa: colonial administration and settlements, Corsicans were heavily overrepresented in the French colonial administration, military and police forces across Africa. In the 1950s, 100,000 lived in Algeria, with some, like the Greeks from Cargèse, which is in Corsica, I knew that, migrating to Sidi Merouane. Corse, Afrique and business. Corsican networks, including the Brise de Mer, well, I'll tell you some more about it, related to Swaziland. Very important to know this. And it's related to Jacques Moretti. And business figures like Michel Thommy operated extensively in Africa, influencing politics and business in countries like Gabon and Congo. This guy, he's still alive, I think, and he's still living in Africa. Corsican Mafia. Historical interaction. Centuries earlier, Corsicans were impacted by Barbary raids by the Arabs, with some captured individuals becoming slaves or renegades in North Africa, such as Hassan Corso and the Muradid dynasty in Tunisia. So the Arabs, they did Barbary raids in Europe, taking women but also slaves, and some of them were Corsicans who even became Muslims and still in the mafia. The return to Corsica. Following the independence of Algeria in 1962, approximately 18,000 pieds noirs, they were the French settlers. A pied, it means the foot, noir is black, the black feet, because there were white people, but on the black continent, so only with their feet, so to speak. Some of whom were of Corsican descent, returned to or moved to Corsica, heavily impacting the local wine industry. The criminal ties, the Corsican Mafia has historically been active in North Africa and also Central Africa, about which I will tell you more. These networks of Corsican clans were crucial in bridging the French mainland, the island and the colonies, leaving a lasting mark on the geopolitical, economic and social landscape of French-speaking Africa. So many people say now, after the events, the tragedy of Crans-Montana, that how is this possible? The Corsicans, it's so far away. What are they doing in Swaziland? You know, even a lot of Swiss are saying this in the media and all that, especially Swiss Germans. Well, you must see it like this, you know, from a Corsican just going to Crans-Montana in Switzerland. That's a small step. I mean, look at this map here. These guys are used to colonize Africa, you know, and set foot in Africa, do their mafia in Africa, and be the military force, the police force for the French colonizers, like here, Gabon, here, and here in Algeria and all this. So going to Crans-Montana is just a little step for them. It's nothing. These guys have been used doing this for hundreds of years. Going to Switzerland in a little, you know, ski resort is absolutely nothing for these guys. They have such a tradition and so much experience in doing this. You know, it's almost, you could say it's almost in their blood, probably. So going to Switzerland, you know, that's just a tiny little step, you know, that's nothing. So Alain Orsoni, the guy who died only 12 days after the Crans-Montana tragedy, he also had a pizzeria in Miami, Florida, and probably the Corsicans still own it, and probably a lot more than that. So here you can read about it. Alain Orsoni, and he died on January 12, 2026, 12 days after the tragedy of Crans-Montana. And he was a separatist militant, the founder of the FLNC, Canal Habituel Corsican, and its political wing, the movement of self-determination. It's also the Corsica Nazione, the CN as in the logo of the Constellation bar. Here, he was a Corsican godfather, man of 7 lives, and from Vero. His father here, a war hero from the Second World War, and he fought in Algeria. He later joined the OAS, the Organisation Armée Secrète. Organisation Armée Secrète. I also took in an interview, a former French soldier who fought 5 years. He was a sergeant in Algeria, and he said the war in Algeria wasn't even against the Arabs. It was between the French and the French. And this guy was there as a sergeant for 5 years. The interview is in French on my channel, Gatse Frats. Why? Because the French army, de Gaulle, the French traitor, 2 million or 3 million French, a lot of Corsicans, in Algeria. They basically build Algeria, and the Arabs just take it. The same thing they want to do in the JJ base. They always let the others work for it, like the jaywalkers, and they claim it as theirs, and they would just want to take it. Whereas in North Africa, the Arab conquest, Islamic conquest, was in the 7th century, and they even came hundreds of years later in North Africa. So it's not even their country, It's all nonsense. So he was in the OAS. So the war in Algeria was basically between the OAS, a lot of Corsicans, against the French military. And a National Liberation Front of Corsica, the FLNC, well, etc. And here about his early life. So you can look it up yourself and read it. I'm not going to read it all for you. Here, the murder of Guy Orsoni, his brother, I think it was in 2008. They die like flies there in Corsica. It's incredible. Yeah, collapse of the FLNC, and etc. Yeah, exile in the United States. Orsoni fled to Miami, Florida in 1996, where he opened a pizzeria. He even went to Nicaragua, Barcelona. Corsicans speak Italian. With Italian, you can understand everything in Spanish, The other way around, not. And he spoke, of course, French. So he was in Barcelona, in Nicaragua, in Florida. There's more people speaking Spanish than English. So you don't think he made any contacts with the cartels? No? Nobody's talking about it, eh? What about the cartels and Carlos Montana, Moretti? What about that? Eh? Yeah. The Orsoni narrowly escaped an assassination attempt carried out by the Brise de Mer. Now, this will become interesting. Brise de Mer. It's a Corsican criminal organization founded in the 1970s. I'll tell you some more about it because it's very much related to the tragedy in Carlos Montana. And here, the assassination finally, a couple of days ago. On January 12, 2026, Orsoni was shot and killed while attending his mother's funeral in Corsica. The American movie The Godfather is nothing compared to this here. He was 71. Orsoni was killed by a single gunshot to the heart, fired from a long gun. Hey, Swizzy, that's your speciality, eh? As you did in the Ukraine with Swiss sniper rifles at the Maidan uprisings. The investigations were taken over by le Parquet National Anticriminalité Organisée, the prosecutor Nicolas Sept. But the French are not going to do anything. They never do anything. They say, Corsica is far away, and as long as they kill each other, then the problem will be solved. Just let them do it. There's nothing we can do. Why lose more men and material on it? No, if this is what they want to do. This is the way of French thinking anyway, And in the international newspapers, there was not a word about this here. Nobody ever related it to the Crans-Montana Jacques Moretti case. Nobody, except Homie Ross. That's why I'm shadow banned, Nobody's watching my videos. A lot of people are telling me or leaving a comment. They didn't even get a notice that there was a new film. Why am I still doing it anyway? I hardly get any views on it. And the things I'm asking you to send it around, nobody is doing it anyway, Why should I go on? So, but not even in the French media, they talked about it. Only very few. I heard it on a French radio because I speak and read and write French. It's like my second mother tongue, if you like, maybe even my first, because of my family of Saint Croix du Plessis in South Africa. We spoke French at home a lot. And especially talking about the political things, historical things, we always did it in French. So I heard it on a French radio. It was not even on the big internet, television stuff, nothing, not a word. It's like even the French media and the French politics, even they do the omerta, the laws of silence around Corsica. But anyway, I picked it up. I understood Alain Orsoni. I even met him in Corsica. And of course I did. And then I saw January 12th. Click, click. Yes, ding. Of course, the Crans-Montana. 12 days later, he's the founder of the FLNC. No way this is not connected with it. No way. And then the way he was killed, from a couple of 100 meters, only one shot in the heart. I mean, this guy must have, or even a woman maybe, must have been very confident. Just give it one shot in the heart, That sounds like the MO of Octagon. Swizzy, just like the JFK murder, like sort of thing, That was Octagon, of course. So in the English website here on Alain Orsoni, here you can change the language, there wasn't a word, or at least I didn't find it. I even went to the university in Paris. And I met a lot of Corsicans in these groups who were actually academics. So, here it says about Michel Moretti, the guy he was in the picture with just before. And it was his, so he died in 2008, Michel Moretti, it was his best friend. And he was the soccer president here, the football president of AC Ajaccio, Athletic Club Ajaccio. You see, still with the Arab head, which was chopped off when the Corsican leader went to Africa, sailed to Africa and got his wife back and came back with the head of so that's where it's from. And this is interesting. So here are all the languages. Of course, French. And now here, I hear English. This is in French, Italian, okay. And here, Euskara, that's the Basque language. I mean, who the hell wants to put it in the Basque language? Well, that's because what I just told you, that they are teamed up together. The Basque nationalist separatist movement and the Corsicans. Yeah, autodeterminatioren. So over there he's a hero. And what other language? The Brittany language. I mean, who speaks Brittany language? Look at that. You know, it's a Celt, the west of France, where they speak the same dialect as in Wales. They also teamed up with so that's their language. I don't understand the word. Maybe somebody in Wales understands this here. And what else? So this is the European separate independence, freedom fighter movement all together here. The Catalan language. I also met the Catalan people. I even went there in 2019 with my son. We went helping the Catalan independence movement. Here, this is the Catalan language. So some more, because they're all teamed up together. You can find that in Wikipedia that they are. You know. Okay, and there was something else which I didn't understand. What is Volapük? I don't know what that is. Oh, come on. Volapük. I have no idea what that is. It's a bit like some Slavic language, I suppose. Look, there's even a professional football player, Michel Moretti, a young guy, and he's also a manager now of the CA Bastia, which is in the north of Corsica. And the other Michel Moretti, he was the manager of the director of the Ajaccio football club, the town where Napoleon was from, Ajaccio, the biggest town in Corsica. So it would be very important to know if they're all related to Jacques Moretti. I guess this year many more Corsicans will die because of the tragedy of the burn bar, and I fear the Moretti couple won't make it till the end of the year, and they know it. On January 23rd, 2026, Jacques Moretti got his 200,000 Swiss francs get out of jail free card somewhere out of Geneva. The same Swiss Geneva where in 1990 over 30 million Swiss francs were robbed in the heist of the century by the Corsican gang Brise de Mer, or Sea Wind, at the Geneva UBS Bank. And guess which Corsican gang tried to assassinate Alain Orsoni in 2008? Well, yeah, the Corsican Sea Wind gang did so. So here you see Corsica, which is really a very beautiful place. A lot of bullet holes in it. And here the word La Brise de Mer. Brise, it's like the English word a breeze. I don't know who was first. And Corsica is very beautiful. Even the French Legion likes it, as they have many bases there, several bases. So there are too many connections between the assassination of the FLNC leader on January 12th and the January 1st burn bar to ignore that the Constellation death count is now 42 and not see it. So 40 kids died on January 1st. Another kid, 18 years old, died in hospital a couple of days back. And here, Alain Orsoni, he got assassinated on January 12th. So that's 42 death cases, all connected to this bar. So here you can read about the Sea Wind gang. In Corsican, it's called Brezza di Umare. And you see here, they're even in African countries like Gabon and Mali, Cameroon, Latin American countries, of course, and Italy. They're about here, La brise de mer, the sea breeze. That's what it means. The territory, they're everywhere, Argentina, North Africa, France. And here it says, the gang is well known for its violent robberies as well as conflicts with rival gangs in Corsica. And these include the robbery of a UBS bank in Geneva in 1990. Deadly shootout with a rival gang member near a Securipost truck in 1991, and the 1992 robbery of an Air France Mercure plane. They're also suspected in the murders of the members of Armata Corsa, a separate Corsican armed group. It's quite heavy. And nobody ever heard about this. You see, the allies are the FLNC, the nationalist stuff. And also the Sicilian Mafia, the 'Ndrangheta, Clan del Golfo, American Mafia, and probably a lot more about which we don't even know about it. So you can read about it. I'm not going to read it all for you. The key events. In 2001, several gangsters escaped from a prison near Bastia, that's in Corsica, by sending fake faxes from a judge ordering their release. The conflict escalated in the mid-2000s. This followed the collapse of the Société Méditerranéenne de Sécurité, founded by former nationalist Antoine Nivaggioni and Yves Manunta. Financial dispute led Manunta to ally with the Petit Bar gang. Both were later assassinated. The feud intensified after a failed assassination attempt on Francis Mariani. In 2005, retaliation followed quickly. Richard Casanova was killed in 2008, the same year when they tried to kill Alain Orsoni by this gang. Along with Pierre-Marie Santucci and Marie Costa, they're all dead apparently. Christophe Guazzelli took revenge years later by killing Tony Chilicini, Tony Le Boucher, that means Tony the Butcher, and Jean-Luc Codaccioni in 2017. The conflict reached far beyond Corsica. It pulled in criminal networks from Marseille, Aix-en-Provence, and the Paris region. There were also ties abroad, including links to France-Afrique, French Africa. It also involved figures such as Robert Feliciagi, a businessman with African ties, who was also killed in 2006. Since 2008, several important suspected members of the gang, such as Richard Casanova, Daniel Vittini, Francis Mariani, Pierre-Marie Santucci, have been killed during violent conflicts among the various Corsican gangs. And here is the end of the website. So I suppose the Morettis, they won't make it until the end of the year. This website says Casse du siècle, it means the heist of the century. It's not in English, there's no other language here than French. It also shows the Glasgow-London train with Ronnie Biggs. That's also the heist of the century. And here are more heists. And here, Geneva, March 25th, 1990, 31.4 million Swiss francs, 220 kilograms of bills. They were stolen from the UBS Swiss bank here, from Geneva. They never found the money. So they're all, Kors, it means Corsicans. You see that, the Arab head here. So they're all Corsicans, and the Michel Ferrari, he only got 7 years in prison. And his part, 15 millions. Well, he never got it. Apparently the Corsicans, they all kept it. So here it says, the Brise de Mer, the gang behind it, the Sea Breeze. So 4 members got imprisoned: André Benedetti, Alexandre Chevrier, Joël Jacques Patacchini, or Patacchini, I don't know how to pronounce this. And, well, they made the heist of the century in Geneva. And then all of a sudden, Jacques Moretti, he get free out of prison card of 200,000 Swiss francs, and it was paid apparently in Geneva. Well, okay, well, that's quite clear, where he got it from, right? As we're talking about organized crime here. When I was in Corsica in the early 90s, at a certain point, I was reading the French book L'Instinct de Mort, about the famous French gangster Jacques Mérine. The book started with, "My God, please protect me from my friends. My enemies I will deal with myself." As the Corsicans saw, I liked the book, reading about Jacques Mérine doing one heist after the other. I was soon asked to join in on a big bank heist, which I politely refused, as I didn't see how loads of money would make me happier, as I'm a very modest man, believing that a true revolutionary just needs a backpack with a tent, a sleeping bag, and a revolutionary book in it. As I've shown you in this video here from 12 years ago on my channel, Gatse Frats, by the title Wild Camping, Surviving Without Money, Hitchhiking, Wandering, Roaming and Homelessness. It's almost half an hour on my channel Gatse Frats from 2014. And here I even said it in French, SDF. Well, for me it means Scout de France, or Sans difficulté financière, or Samedi, Dimanche et Férié, always available, always free. SDF, it's the French word for a homeless. It means sans domicile fixe. But I had another way of saying it, so I was living modestly, and I wasn't interested in doing any bank heist or things like that, as you can see here. My motto was, I don't have any money problems, as I don't have any money, that is. I mean, how can you have problems with something you don't even have? So here it says, if money doesn't grow on trees, then why do banks have branches? Well, that's it. Money is just a thing to laugh about. Ain't that so, Donny? I had to refuse the proposed heist, in fact, more than politely, as one just doesn't refuse a thing like that just like that, if you know what I mean. To refuse it was actually more dangerous than to participate. In 2008, this fantastic movie was made on the true life of Jacques Mérin. And apparently, the English title here is Killer Instinct. And here you can see how he got even arrested in America by the US police, or the highway patrol, as they call it, probably. So, of course, this is from the movie. This is not the in true life. I mean, this is like from the 70s, you know. And, so here's his name, Mérin. Most Frenchies say Mesrin, but he always said, my name is Mérin and not Mesrin. Apparently, it was important for him. The French really loved him and still do. He was a big hero. So here, this is what they say about it. The English American press. Kick, a wicked, scary ride, the best gangster film of the year. Well, I can agree with that. Fantastic movie. There's also a part 2 called Public Enemy Number 1, which is also excellent, telling an amazing true story of Jacques Mérin. So here it says, part 1, Killer Instinct, and part 2, Public Enemy Number 1. They're quite long movies, altogether probably like 5 hours. And actually, Killer Instinct and Public Enemy Number 1 are both parts of the same book. That book I was reading in Corsica by the name of Instinct de Mort. Killer Instinct, this one here, Instinct de Mort. And the second half of the book is the last chapters is called Public Enemy Number 1. So it's all part of the same book. He's a famous Hollywood actor, Vincent Cassel. He did really a very good job here in this movie. And this is what they say about it. Heart-stoppingly exciting, the most powerful film of the year, an instant gangster classic. I fully agree. One of the best gangster movies ever made. I'd estimate that about 90% of the Corsican and the Swiss Jura separatists joined the Corsican mafia, while still using the old military structures of the revolutionary Corsican and Jura liberation movement. And as all Corsicans understand and speak fluent Italian, they also teamed up with the Italian mob. But mind you, the Corsicans also have their own mafia, on which the American movie The French Connection from 1971 was made, and had nothing to do with the French people, as it was entirely Corsican, as the Corsicans smuggled drugs to America from 1937 till 1972. So here you can see about the film from 1971 with Gene Hackman, that guy, and Roy Schneider. A very famous film. You see, in the film it also plays about Marseille. And Marseille is the town on the continent in France, just on the other side of Corsica. So it's really showing the real story about the real French connection, which is this here. Now, I'll read it for you. The French Connection was a scheme through which heroin was smuggled from Indochina through Turkey to France and then to the United States and Canada. The operation started in the 1930s, reached its peak in the 1960s, and was dismantled in the 1970s. In 1971, they made the movie. It was responsible for providing the vast majority of the heroin used in the United States at the time, and the operation was headed by Corsicans. You see? There you go, the Corsicans. And like Antoine Guerini, Paul Carbone, they got like mafia names, So there is no French connection. It's a Corsican connection, and the Corsicans are Italians. The French, they don't do things like mafia. They're too much individualists. The French are. They do more things like crime passionnel, killing their wives or things like that. No, really, they do it. They call it femicide, a femicide, from the word la femme, the woman. And here's Spirito, another French, of the not very French connection. Here another French Corsican guy, Mondolini. You see, they don't have French names. Only the first name is French and the rest is Italian. Salvatore. Well, he's from the Italian. He said Marseille. It's all around Marseille. Just as today. And now it's getting more complicated. It's also the Arab gangs in Marseille. Here it says the Corsican gang, and they call it Unione Corse, Unione Corsa. It's about the same as I've shown you in that graffiti on the wall in Corsica, with this, like in the Constellation bar, the C and the N, Corsica Nazione, and here you got Unione Corsa. It's just the other way around. So this is in the Corsican language. Here it's UC. So in those days, the bar would have started with a U and ended with a big C. If you see what I mean. So I'll let you look it up yourselves. Here the Unione Corsa. I go back to the other one about the French connection. And the French, they don't even know how to deal with it. They have no idea how to deal with the Corsican mafia. So it really needs the DEA, who have more experience with it. Here's the DEA, or the Narcotics Bureau, Sonny Grosso. I think it's the same. He was a film producer and a NYPD detective. I think it says here, the role in the case made famous in the book and film of the movie The French Connection. Same guy. So, I mean, the French could have warned, the world what was going on, like in Crans Montana, but they didn't. Because they can't deal with the mafia because it's not in their mind, and they have no real experience with it. They can't handle it. The French are more into the individualist thing. It needs the DEA to clean it all up. That's what I think, or maybe ICE. So maybe ICE can do something better there than they do in Minnesota. So, you see, the French connection is not a French connection. The operation was headed by Corsicans. And there was a map somewhere. Here was the map. So first from Indochina, here is Indochina to, or here from Indochina to, over Turkey to France, and then here to the United States. And so that was amazing. There's something not even the Italian mafia could do. So the Corsican mafia is probably, they're more dangerous than the Italian mafia. And the Corsican omerta, it's far more better than it's completely tight. You don't hear a thing about it. Only Homie Ross is telling you about it here. You probably wouldn't even know otherwise. This is the omerta. And in the 1990s, there was the second French connection in real life, running all the way to the French government, infiltrated by the Corsicans and the criminal, corrupt French interior minister, Charles Pasqua, who even spoke fluent Corsican. So I can legally say he was a criminal and corrupted because he was sentenced to 3 years in prison. Well, of course, he never did any time in prison. They all protect each other. So here's his name, Charles Pasqua. Spoke fluent Corsican. Here you see the octagon and a crown. This is the sun hieroglyph, the 101 if you want. So here's the O, and here's the 1, and here another 1. The Nazis had it with 2 wings, and it stands for Horus. And they do it especially, you know, having a picture taken with this behind their heads, always behind their heads. So the Corsican mafia, they managed to infiltrate the French government. So you understand that this case in Crans-Montana, it goes really deep, it goes really high. So here you can read about him. He was a French businessman and a politician. Well, it doesn't fit together, you know. We know this now with Donny being a businessman and a politician. There's too much conflict of interest. And here it says, his paternal grandfather was a shepherd from Casavecchia, Corsica. And he could speak Corsican fluently. And as of 1987, his cousin served as the mayor of Casavecchia. You know, they just give each other a good job, you know, it's all nepotism. And he was the interior minister, it says. He was interior minister from 1986 to 1988 under Jacques Chirac, and also from 1993 to 1995. And he was all the time, he was in corruption scandals. Here, in 2005, a US Senate report accused him, along with the British respect politician George Galloway, of profiting illegally from the UN's Oil for Food scheme that was about Iraq and the oil for food. And in 2008, Pasqua was convicted of illegal lobbying in the Mitterrand-Pasqua affair, and he had to do 1 year in prison, and there was an appeal in 2011 when nobody talked about it anymore as usual, and then he was acquitted. Didn't do a single day in prison. It always goes like that. They all protect each other. So here you can read about it. The Mitterrand, the president, and Pasqua, the interior minister affair. And they called it the Angola Gate. So apparently it was a corruption scandal. They, it says arms shipments to Angola, and the French oil company Elf, they were in it, and they were getting oil back from Angola, apparently. And probably from Cabinda, which is next to Angola. I was there with the South African Army in the 80s. But this is in the 90s, so it's... And there is this guy, a arms dealer, Pierre Falcone, or Falcone, it's also a Corsican or Italian name. And apparently there were a lot of Corsicans involved in the weapons trade to Angola. But it's hard to find everything. Apparently Arte Television, they did a documentary on it. So here about the Corsican Mafia. If you want to understand what happened in Crans, Montana, you must know all this. So first, in part 1, I showed you about the Corsican nationalists in the C and the N, Corsica Nazione. And here part 3 about the Mafia. And part 2 about the Swiss connection of the Jura separatists. So here it says the Corsican Mafia is an influential organized crime structure operating in France as well as in North African and Latin American countries. And they're very successful, as I told you before, because the French, they don't know what to do against it. That's why they are so successful. I guess the Italians understand much better how to do something against it because they are Italian. And here they collaborated, it says they collaborated with the Nazi Gestapo in occupied France. Yeah. Nice fellows, aren't they? And the Allies, the American Mafia, Camorra, Lebanese Mafia, Le Milieu, Ndrangheta, Sicilian Mafia. And the Swiss Mafia, of course. And here the Corsican Mafia today, prostitution, racketeering, drug dealing. I'll tell you some more about it. And here it says violence is frequent. The Corsican Mafia. Corsica is the region of Europe with the highest homicide rate per inhabitant. I told you that before. And here the French connection. He died in Argentina. Yeah, the French don't have a clue what to do against them because they really keep silent. And the Corsican Mafia wins over the French Republic. That's quite clear. They even have got their man inside the French government as the interior minister. I mean, the interior minister, I mean, he should do something against it. But they had him in his pocket, Charles Pasqua. And Pasqua, it's a Corsican word and it means Easter. So we see here examples of the extremely powerful Corsican Mafia who infiltrate the highest level of French politics, join Freemasonry, just like their Italian brothers, as I've shown you in some of my videos before. They bribe politicians, deal drugs and prostitution, just as we see the Corsican crime syndicate happening today in Swaziland, the motherland of all mafia. Through the Swiss Nazi Templar banks, Swiss corruption and Swiss nepotism, with 40 young people dead on January the 1st of 2026. Yes, the owners of the Constellation bar are the Corsican gangsters Jacques and Jessica Moretti, who got already sentenced to prison in France for prostitution and other. It is very easy to understand why the Swiss authorities protect the convicted criminal Jacques Moretti of the Corsican Mafia. One, I've already proven you that the owner of the Constellation bar is a Freemasonner, and so are the Swiss authorities, of course. And two, Swaziland was founded by the Knights Templars in 1291. The global mafia comes out of the Templars, and so does the Freemasonry, thus being the political wing of the Knights Templars. So Swaziland, the mafia, and Freemasonry are all Templar babies, coming all out of the same evil womb of the principality, as the Templars were the evil princes, fighting and conspiring against the king. And Swaziland happens to be their sovereign temple and principality of all three of them, Mafia, Templars, and Freemasonry. Swaziland is the constellation and mother planet with all other affiliated stars and moons around converging towards it, like the true center of all evil. A fact they all tried to suffocate by all sorts of mafia omerta and Swiss laws of silence. Like the images from all 250 cameras mysteriously but collectively erased in Cons, Montana, all wiped clean. Here we can see the Swiss laws of silence in action, quietly, unseen, without a noise, eliminates all proofs, whitewashing all fingerprints, because Swaziland is to remain clean, neutral, innocent, unheard, and unseen. Always the same MO, modus operandi. So you see the camera, it says delete. It says Cons Montana, Swiss laws of silence in action 2026. 250 cameras deleted, all footage erased. And you see, they do it collectively, as I told you. It's such a creepy country. It's unbelievable. So here you can read about it, 2026 Cons Montana bar fire in Wikipedia. So those who don't like Wikipedia, just close your ears, stuff your ears and put something on your eyes, or just go away and go somewhere else, Anyway, it was in all the newspapers, but I don't want their cookies, so I don't open any more newspapers. So here you see the citizenship of all the people who, the kids who died, 40 in total. And here it is, or you can look it up yourself or punch pause. Yeah, there we go. On January 27th, Swiss authorities agreed to Italy's request to establish a joint investigation team, the JIT, Joint Italian Team, or Joint Investigation Team, a JIT, the jitterbug. Joint investigation team into the fire, according to the Swiss Federal Office of Justice. Listen, on the same day as the Italians were going to come, the Neue Zürcher Zeitung, the newspaper from Zurich, or one of them, reported that the municipal police no longer had access to the images from at least 250 public cameras. Cantonal police, so that's a bit higher, the canton is bigger than the village or the town, the whole region, the canton, had secured some recordings while other footage had mysteriously disappeared. This is it. So they didn't want the Italians to see this. The Italians were coming, okay, and then the Swissies just had to disappear and vanished, erase all the fingerprints, wipe it all clean. It's always going on in this country. I know it by now. I always, like with the Nazi gold, nobody knows anything, and all the papers just disappear and get burned, and so well, you can read it yourself and find it. The name of it was so don't complain in the comments you don't like Wikipedia. Just go somewhere else and take the Trump lovers with you. I don't want to see them anymore here either. Basta, finished. So that's the title. You can find it yourself. Remember my video here that the mafia comes out of the Knights Templars. The Knights Templars founding Swaziland, and now all together here in a terrible murder case on 40 young children committed by corrupt Swiss state officials, the Corsican mafia, and the Swiss Nazi Templar banks, all holding tight in the mafia's omerta code of silence that has always surrounded Swaziland and comes out of the laws of silence by Godefroy de Saint-Omer, as I've proven you in the video. So here you see, you can read it, omerta, red and white, Templars colors, right? And here is the entire video. It's only 8 hours. I've shown it to you before. It's very important. So here's the title: The Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil, Part 8, Pharaoh's Worldwide Templar Mafia, on my channel, Homeland Security. And if you want to see the other parts of the Swiss Beast series, because this is part 1, so here is part 1, the link is here, and all the links, or almost all the links of all the other parts are here. So then you got the whole story. See, there are more than 20 parts, I think. Yeah. Our pharaonic masters have a legal mafia like the police, politician, justice department, banks and authority. And they have an illegal mafia to do the things their legal mafia cannot do without arousing too much suspicion, leading the slaves to distrust the system. Their legal mafia is led by the free more sinners, while their illegal mafia derives directly out of the Knights Templars with their main base Swaziland high up in the strategical Alps. And in reality, their legal mafia and their illegal mafia, they work together as the two hands of the same body or the two wings of the same bird. And we can see it happening now. Open up your eyes, it's happening. They erase 250 cameras, etc., etc. It's happening. Open your eyes. And I've been telling you this for 15 years here. You will not understand what's happening in Crans Montana right now and why the Swiss authorities are behaving as strangely as they do. If you haven't seen my videos and haven't invested about a week of watching my videos about the Templars creating the mafia and founding Switzerland, my videos in Corsica, my videos about the Swiss Octagon Templars financing the Nazis, my videos about the Swiss financing Hamas, and to know that Hamas and Hezbollah already are in the drug business together with the mafia and all connected to Swaziland, the mother of all mafias and the literal home of all evil. If you don't know and don't understand all this and a lot more, then you will never ever understand why 4 kids had to die in the Alps of the Swiss beast. But unfortunately, no judge, no lawyer, no politician, no newspaper, and no truth commission will look into all the evidence I brought together over the years, and which is the only key to solve the murder on 40 kids in Swaziland. Why else do you think the Swiss tried to murder me in 2024 in France and sent me a hit team Swiss murder squad, as they also did in 2011? So here you can see the title, it's on the same channel. And here you can read some more about it. I made it October 2024, just after it happened. In Swaziland, only money and profit are important. They just can't get enough of it. And the Swissies' very first thought is, we're gonna lose money here. So we better go into damage control mode. Be silent and do the collective omerta laws of silence. The Swissies fear there will be a class action lawsuit coming with millions to pay. So instead of honestly admitting that they made a mistake and under law committed deadly negligence, they collectively sabotage the affair, hoping to win time by a collective Swiss silence called the omerta. In this video, I've explained how all is done collectively in Swaziland, and now we can see a perfect example of the Swiss collectivity or collectiveness, which is in fact just another word for a conspiracy. So here is the title, and here, this is interesting, here you see part of the logo of the CIA. It says here, white trade, black ops. And we got the same, the first director was Alan Dulles of Swiss descent. And we can see here the logo of the coat of arms of the CIA, which is the system of Swaziland. So those who speak German in Swaziland, they can infiltrate to the north, to Germany. Those who speak French can infiltrate to the west, to France, and do their wrongdoings. Those who speak Italian can infiltrate to the south, to Italy, infiltrate and take over, undermine. And those who speak Rheto-Romanic, the fourth language, they can do their wrongdoings to the east. The Knights Templars Brotherhood was and still is a very conspirative organization that founded both Swaziland and the Mafia at the very same time at the end of the Crusades in 1291 in order to set new objectives for the time after, which is, in this case, after the Crusades. Just like the Nazis set new objectives after 1945, by using Operation Paperclip. The mafia, for the time after, went into business, buying real estate, houses, bars, and restaurants, as in this very case of the Corsican Constellation bar, in which we smell nepotism, corruption, payoffs, and bribery, with both Templar children, mafia, and Swiss authorities burying themselves in silence after perfect Templar tradition of the Omerta. And here we have a rare glance to see them all three together, Templars, Mafia, and the Swiss, in typical silent mode, and all three doing the same thing. So here you see the Templars, here the Swiss, and here the Mafia. And the Swiss and the Mafia both coming out of the Knights Templars, and all three do the laws of silence, the Omerta. Switzerland is a so-called decentralized system where there's absolutely no control from above, as in most countries, like France, for example, which is very centralized and controlled out of Paris. Therefore, in Crans-Montana, the local authorities can do whatever they want without anyone looking at their fingers, or in this very case, without anyone looking into their pockets. So it says Crans-Montana, decentralized Swaziland. And here's the fire in Crans-Montana on January the 1st. So the Swiss are very proud of it, to be decentralized. You know, they always say, well, the European community, it's so centralized from out of Brussels. You have to take orders. We like to make our local decisions. Well, look what happened with their local decisions. It's a catastrophe. And by the way, for those who are interested in the secret messages in the logos, the Swiss emergency rescue choppers of Crans-Montana have this logo of 3 squares for the concept of 3 and 4, saying square and compass of the 3 more sinners. So here you can see the chopper, and they got them all over Swaziland, as the flag announces. They are called Rega, has 4 letters. And here you got 3 squares in red and also in white. Well, the square, it already says it, like square and compass. It has 4 sides and also 4 corners. So the 3 more sinners call it the concept of 4. And as there are 3 of them, there's also the concept of 3, which stands for the compass, because the compass in their logo of square and compass, it stands at approximately 60 degrees. And with 60 degrees, you can make a triangle with 3 corners of like 60 degrees. So this, and a triangle has 3 corners and 3 sides, which is the concept of 3. And the latest model of the Swiss Rega rescue choppers, they look like this. It's a drone. You see here the logo with 3 squares here in white. And so they're having drones now. I'm not sure where they're going to put the patients, though. The Corsican owners of the Swiss bar are Jacques and Jessica Moretti, and you won't find much in the internet if you do a simple name search. But if you insert it together with that political movement I just told you about, what you can see here, there are a lot of Corsican FLNC hitmen coming out, like Georges Moretti, and there's also a criminal or maybe a hitman, Anto Moretti, and some more, all in connection to the FLNC. So here you can see that there was a George Moretti. He was a historic militant of the National Liberation Front of Corsica, the FLNC, involved in the armed struggle during the 1980s. He was notably implicated in a 1984 commando action in the Ajaccio prison, which was carried out in retaliation for the death of fellow nationalist Guy Orsoni. Remember, that was the brother of Alain Orsoni, who got killed 12 days after the Crans-Montana tragedy. And the FLNC has been the primary armed separatist group in Corsica since 1976. So George Moretti was a known figure within the militant nationalist movement during a period of intense activity and internal conflicts in the 1980s and 90s, and in 1984. And in the end, he got killed as well. And there's even a Jean-Mathieu Moretti. I don't know who that is. So here you see a long list of people getting assassinated in Corsica. It's only in French. Here you see there's no other languages. But it doesn't matter. It's all names ending with an I, as you can see here. Romanetti, Tiglioli, Memi, Massimi, Mariani, Rutili, Orsoni, Moretti. So it doesn't matter if it's in English or in French. It's all with an I in the end. And I don't get it. They talk about nationalism. So you would say they team up together. No, what they do, they kill each other. Is that nationalism? No, it's not nationalism. Look here, Brise de Mer, the gang of the Sea Breeze gang. And okay, sometimes there might be a reason, for an assassination, but these are no good reasons. It's nonsense what they're doing. And if they want, to be free of France, like separatism, it will get even worse if there's no more control from Paris. That they probably kill each other, until there's nobody left. So hey, this is what I wanted to show you. In 2014, Georges Moretti, the guy I just showed you before, a national militant, and he got assassinated on April the 14th. And he was also apparently a friend of Alain Orsoni, the guy who died 12 days after the tragedy. So you see, all these Morettis, they're every time the same name, popping up. So I would say, if where there's smoke, there's fire, the old saying. And in Crans-Montana, there certainly was a lot of smoke and fire. So here, the last one, Alain Orsoni. There you are. So here's another Moretti, Anto Simonu Moretti. He has to go to the court. And here Guy Orsoni. So apparently he tried to kill also Alain Orsoni. It said somewhere. Yeah, here, quand Alain Orsoni échappait à un projet d'assassinat en Corse par le clan du Petit Bar. Well, anyway, there are at least next to the Jacques Moretti, at least 3 other Morettis. Georges Moretti, Anto Moretti, Michel Moretti, they're all in big time crime, nationalism, assassinations. So, yeah, so I wonder, are they all related? Must be. As I told you, many Corsican revolutionaries went into crime, betraying the revolutionary values, which the real Corsican revolutionaries, and myself too, hate. Because the real Corsican revolutionaries want honor, justice, and freedom. And they hate drugs and prostitution and mafia, and see freedom fighters who join the mafia as traitors of the cause. And so do I. Therefore, I'm telling you all this because me too, I hate drugs, prostitution, and those traitors who betrayed a good cause to become mafiosi. And when I was there, I heard it becoming an ever more greater problem of the mafia snatching away more and more members, literally destroying the movement. In YouTube, they even talk about the brothers Moretti being hitmen for the FLNC in Corsica. So is this Jacques Moretti a member of the same Moretti clan? So here you can see it in YouTube. Here, see Antoine Moretti. Also, they're looking for him because of an assassination, apparently. And this is the local television of France 3 in 2018. The Swissies visibly know more, but they keep the lid on out of financial reasons. In a logo, nothing is accidental and always gives a message to insiders, whether being Masonic or other secret societies like the Mafia, who both come out of the Templars. Logos are in fact part of the Omerta. The name of the death bar is Latin, the constellation, where con means with, and stellation from stella, meaning star, with the stars as a direct connection to the red Soviet star in the logo and the communist character of the FLNC, IRA, ETA, RAF, and the rest of the socialist revolutionaries of Europe, but also indicating a drugs ring, similar to a celestial constellation of stars with the mother planet where the imported drugs get distributed, and around it the planet's myriad of moons to distribute the drugs on some street corner of Lausanne, the nearest big town that has become a real drugs hub, probably the biggest in Swaziland at the moment. So it's all hidden in the name and logo, giving the indications on what it's all about for those who can read the logo and interpret the name. It's so obvious that the Swissies hope that the Moretti couple leave Swaziland for France, where they can't get extradited. So the Swissies can blame it all on the Morettis making Swaziland clean again. And remember how Napoleon was from Corsica and had the hidden hand in Freemorsinner style. So Freemasonry in Corsica being very real and powerful, who traditionally practice the omerta, as they come out of the Knights Templars, like the Mafia and like the Swissies. Here you can see the Freemason logo of the very expensive Swiss lawyer of the families of the murdered children. You can read his name here as well. So you think he's gonna do something for justice? Well, not very likely, is it now, eh? So here's his logo. Let's analyze it. So we see here the 3 lines for the concept of 3, which stands for the compass. And here he just put here random square. Why would he do that, eh? Well, the square, as it says, from the square and compass, it's the concept of 4 with 4 corners and 4 sides. So only with this and this, like Napoleon with his hidden hand, it says square and compass. And of course, he needs to put the Swiss cross in it, like all the goodies they're selling. As I've shown you in my video, it's so great to be Swiss. And look at this here, a horizontal red line. Now, why would he do that? Why? There's a reason. Well, actually, it stands for the red house, the Per Tasser, the red house of Pharaoh. But there's a problem. The red house is not horizontal, it's vertical. Now, what does it mean that he puts the vertical red house of Pharaoh here in a red horizontal line? That means that the vertical rule pharaohs who want to have a king back and an emperor, they're using the horizontal rule of the republic to get the king back in the saddle, back in power. Just as Donny is doing it right now in America. He's destroying the horizontal rule here, the American Republic, and he's replacing it more and more with the red house. They have infiltrated the Republic in this internal war between the horizontal and the vertical rule. I mean, why else would he put a red line here, horizontal, eh? Come on. He's gonna do nothing, I'm sure, for the families of the children. I mean, the logo says it all, that he's not gonna do anything. He's probably more into shaking hands with the Corsican mafia and Napoleon's sort of hidden hand and omerta sort of stuff, The French connection too of the 1990s and the year 2000s goes very deep into the highest levels of politics and commerce, and is in fact still ongoing, and now culminating into the Crans-Montana affair related to the very powerful Corsican mafia. It would take me a 10-hour video to explain that all, But as this video is specifically about the burn bar of Swaziland, I will just give you the general idea and reserve a potential part for the total analysis. Based upon my openly revolutionary conviction, my academic historical background, my military experience in Angola and elsewhere, and my knowledge of the French language, I was assigned to find out more about the huge oil for food corruption from 1995 until 2003, involving the Corsican mafia and the French Interior Minister Charles Pasqua, who even spoke fluent Corsican. And to the right-hand side here, go watch the superb movie Backstabbing for Beginners from 2018 in order to have a general idea to understand what it's all about in general. Only the movie lacks the knowledge about the Corsican mafia involvement, which for the time being I'll show you very briefly here. So here you see the Corsican Charles Pasqua. It says oil for food corruption. And this is the video Backstabbing for Beginners, which is really worth it. A political thriller based upon real facts. Only they didn't know all the facts, but nevertheless, excellent movie. So this guy here, Jean-Bernard Mérimée, a former French ambassador to the UN, he was investigated. And also here it says the Interior Minister Charles Pasqua. And then there was also the UN bombing here. I'll tell you some more about it in a minute. Here, the UN bombing on August 19, 2003, a suicide attack on the UN office in Baghdad, killing 22 people, including the head of mission, Sergio Vieira de Mello, which changed UN operations, but was not okay. And here it says the Oil for Food program. So here, the Oil for Food program. And why am I showing you this? Because this Corsican Charles Pasqua, the Interior Minister, he was, he's not alive anymore, but he was part of the Corsican Mafia. And it's very important, which is related to the Crans-Montana case of Moretti. And we can see the Swiss authorities, you know, they're trying to stall everything, and they're doing the Swiss laws of silence and everything. So I'm just need to show you how the Corsican Mafia even infiltrated the French government. Here's some other people, including Bernard Guillet, an aide to the French Senator Charles Pasqua, are also under formal investigation. Guillet and Pasqua deny any wrongdoing. So here's a whole article about the criminal investigation in France. And this was a huge scandal, you know. There was too much money involved, and in the chaos of war, because of the oil, of course, too much money involved, you know. And because of the chaos of the war, there was no more control, and very bad situation. So the oil for food thing, it is in a way very much related to Crans-Montana. because both relate back to the Corsican mafia and how they infiltrated politics to the highest level, and which is really important to know now in this case in Crans-Montana, because we can see it happening, how the Swiss authorities, how they've teamed up with the Corsican mafia, basically. So back to this picture, it says here the French connection to, here we see Charles Pasqua 2 times in French Parliament. It says the Corsican Charles Pasqua, French Interior Minister. And, you know, sometimes, like the case of Crans-Montana, an event sometimes, which it happens that an event blows off the lid of something deeper, which is no coincidence, really. It's a sort of synchronicity. And this is what I'm trying to show you, that the Crans-Montana event hopefully will blow off the lid of something much deeper. The Swiss connection, the French connection, the Corsican connection, and the whole miserable thing we are living in. And so the UN bombing in Baghdad on August 19th, 2003, killing 22 people, including the head of mission, Sergio Vieira de Mello, was not orchestrated by some Al-Qaeda-like Arab terrorist organization, as the official story goes, but it was done to eliminate all UN witnesses into the huge oil for food corruption scandal involving Charles Pasqua and the Corsican mafia. It should therefore be obvious that no Arab terrorist organization would sabotage food for the Iraqi people through the intermediary of the abundant Iraqi oil reserves. So here you can read about the Baghdad bombing, about the oil for food thing. I mean, that's what it was about. And it's very much related to the Corsican mafia and the Crans-Montana tragedy. And I mean, the French should have warned everybody, the Italians, they should have warned Swaziland about the Corsicans being there, but they didn't. And why? Well, as I just shown you, the Corsican mafia, they've infiltrated all the way up to the French government. So they are protected by the French government and by the French authorities. And this is why they can just go on and even be involved in these sort of things, in the oil for food and etc., etc. And also the police and the French authorities, I think even the head of the French anti-terrorist police, he is also Corsican. Can you believe it? So they're all protecting the Corsican mafia. But the French authorities, they do not protect the Corsican nationalists, because that's another thing. And in my opinion, they are the real Corsicans. There are quite some good people there. The Corsican mafia, no, there are no good people. Corsican nationalists, yeah, sure. Also, because the Corsican nationalists is the people, but the Corsican mafia, as I explained you, it comes out of the Knights Templars and the Freemasons and the principalities of Pharaoh's nobility. In spite of the fact they talk the same language, they look the same. And this is what Corsican nationalists should understand. I tried to warn them, but they didn't understand it. And unfortunately, as I told you, more and more Corsican nationalists, they end up in the mafia. And the Corsican nationalist idea and movement, it's gone. So I tell you some more. Here it says about Corsafrique, about Robert Feliciagi, Michel Tommy, they're all Corsicans, and they're all related to Charles Pasqua. And here Annemasse, which is right near, it's at the Swiss border, next to Geneva, and it's right next to where Moretti, it's 40 kilometers away, where Moretti, he was sentenced because of prostitution in France. So it's the same area where the Corsican Mafia, they had a casino here, the Casino d'Annemasse. And here, pétrole contre nourriture, oil for petrol, Charles Pasqua. So the whole thing is related. And this is the only way, to understand how deep it all goes and to understand why the Swiss authorities are protecting it all. Let's see, here's some more. Well, there's a lot of articles on Charles Pasqua, but they all demand cookies, so I don't want to open it up. And already in the 1970s and 1980s, Charles Pasqua was involved in a huge corruption scandal about, yes, same thing, oil again. The name of the scandal was Corsafrique, as you can see here on top, meaning Corsica, Africa, involving the French oil company ELF. French President Giscard d'Estaing, here you can see him, the picture here, here's his name, Giscard d'Estaing, and ethnic Corsican communities living in Gabon, Congo, Central Africa, and all over French colonial Africa of the so-called Corsican diaspora, involving names like André Tarallo, the Feliciagi brothers Charles and Robert Pointe-Noire, Focard, Sassou Nguesso, Bongo, Jean-G Colonna, Richard Casanova, Sam 92, and Michel Tommy, about whom you can read here. Michel Tommy, he's Corsican. And it's in French, but never mind. You see, there's no other languages here. If I punch it, no, there are no languages. And here it says the organized Corsican crime, Corse, it means Corsican. And in Africa, subsaharienne. And look how parrain, it means the godfather. He's called the godfathers of godfathers. Here you can see it, the boss, the underboss, just like the Knights Templars. And they're the soldiers, the capo regime, underboss. Same system as the Knights Templars, only they had families at that time, as I've shown you in that video. So it says, le parrain de parrain, he's the godfather of the godfathers. Here, Corse, the Corsican godfathers. And he's living in Africa. And you can read it. He's the brother of Paul-Antoine Tommy. He's an officer of the Direction Générale de la Sécurité de l'Intérieur, of the interior security of France, and also a member of the commissioners of the French police. So they completely undermined the French authorities. DGSI, I think it's something like, they gave it the new name. Before there was DST, Direction de Sécurité Territoire. So that's MI5. He's an officer in the, high officer in the MI5, the Corsicans. and his brother is the godfather of the godfather. Oh, okay, there you go. And they're all brothers anyway, you know, they will never let each other down. And you see about his activities in Africa, activité en Afrique. Here, this guy, Robert Felicciargi, who had this casino right next to, and maybe in the same town, right next to where Jacques Moretti in Haute-Savoie, next to Geneva was. Again, Geneva, where the money came from, you know, get out of prison free. And here, the presidents, Omar Bongo, Denis Sassou Nguesso, well, they got them all in their pockets, eh? And which is quite easy in Africa, apparently. And here, the Casino d'Annemasse belonged to them, making a lot of money. And here he is again, Charles Pasqua, there he is. Après de procédures très médiatisées en France, où le journal Le Monde le décrit comme l'un des derniers parrains à l'ancienne Corse, il a finalement condamné aux côtés de Charles Pasqua. So he financed his political activities, like. So he was sentenced next to Charles Pasqua to 18 months in prison, and but he wasn't there because he went to Africa. I think he's living in Gabon, that one, Gabon, Western Africa. So Le Monde describes him as one of the old school godfathers, parrain à l'ancienne. And so you got the Corsican mafia, got politics, the French parliament, the French authorities, the French MI5 who are there to supposedly to protect France from them. They got them all in their pockets. So we can see the same thing in Crans-Montana. So here we see it again, Corse Afrique. And here, Robert Felicciargi. Well, Jacques Moretti, he knows him for sure. Eh? And I mean, these Corse Afrique, they're all affairs from the 1970s and 1980s. And why is it still actual? Because no one ever got sentenced, no one got sent to prison. Even this guy here, Charles Pasqua, where he got sentenced to 8 months, but he never did a day, as usual. Oh yeah, there's also the Angola Gate here. The name Charles Pasqua again. So the other time it was oil for food, and here it's oil for weapons, you know. I mean, next to Angola, and I was there is Cabinda, and Cabinda it's very small in between Angola and Namibia, and they found a lot of oil there. Now the Chinese are there. It's only Chinese, like. Here again, Charles Pasqua, and this is also really big, but you don't find anything anymore about it, you know. And if you find something, it's only in French. So here's a lot more. Maybe in old newspapers here, but again, I can't open it because they all want cookies. So, but I know about these affairs. So, Charles Pasqua, all the time. Here, Charles Pasqua. The godfather of the godfathers, next to the other guy told me, who's still alive. He's living in. He's probably the guy who gave the money to get out of prison, free out of prison card to Jacques Moretti. So this is very interesting here. The Corsicans, they tried to kill this guy here, the president, Valéry Giscard d'Estaing. I went to his castle. It's in my channel. And in 1981 in Ajaccio, they tried to bomb him. Why? Because Giscard d'Estaing is originally from a line of French kings, and so is his wife, openly, because he refused the autonomy of Corsica in 1978. Why did he do so? Well, as I told you, these pharaohs, our masters, they have a legal mafia, like the authorities, the police and all that. And also have an illegal mafia, which is the mafia. And they need this for all their affairs and, for all their descendants who all need money and a big car and a villa. So they need the Corsican mafia. And if he would have given the autonomy, the independence of Corsica, the Corsican nationalists, they would have get rid of the mafia. They would have done them all, And this is something that the masters and the French government, they don't want that to happen, because they are friends with the mafia. They need the mafia to do bombings like in Baghdad and all these sort of things, and then shove it down the throat to some Islamic terrorists and all that, who have no reason whatsoever, for the Iraqi people not to have their food on the table. So this is what's actually going on. So I hope, real Corsican nationalists, I hope you're watching this and understand that I'm by your side. I'm not a traitor, but I don't like drugs. I don't like 40 kids getting murdered. I don't like prostitution. I don't like mafia. I don't like corrupt politics. Corsican independence, yeah, I'm at your side. I always was. So you can see the French president of that time, from 1974 to 1981. I went to that castle also in that French forest next to Paris, where was held the first G6 meetings in history, which he organized. And here, Giscard d'Estaing, Estaing is the town, and I went there where the castle is. And this actually means de Estaing. It means from Estaing. It means he is of the nobility with this de. But because this is a vocal, you get the you get it like that. And the apostrophe. And it doesn't say here that they are covering it up that he's from a line of kings. Or maybe I didn't read it all here, but here's the Knight of Saint John of Jerusalem, Knights Templars. Yeah, he's the illegitimate son of Charles d'Estaing from the Middle Ages. And there's some more. It says he was in the French resistance. I'll forget about that. They all were. Yeah, and then they take another one of them. He said, yeah, he was. We both was. So they protect each other. They give each other the. That's how they always do that. He was. He had all this. Yeah, this is about Africa. Oh, full of corruption, all that. Everywhere. Yes, again, Gabon, where the Corsicans are. It's about the oil. Where did I see that? Yeah. Would continue delivering oil to France. Well, what can France give back? Well, weapons. Well, they got good weapons, the Frenchies have. Very good. It's like monopoly. You give me Africa, I give you a part of France, how much you want. It's like monopoly, together with the free out of prison card. Oh, that's the castle where I was here. That is the town of Estaing. Nice castle. And, so where his ancestry had lived for hundreds of years. There's his coat of arms here. You see the faces with an X on it. which is actually a Republican. Oh, I just showed you that he has ancestors who were like Templars. And this is a Templar thing. That means one for all and all for one. As you know, all the branches are together. You see, they're tied together, because one branch you can break it, but all branches together you can't break it, which means all for one and one for all. Or where we go one, we go all. It's even two of these in the American Senate, the French Senate, and it has an X because the union is their power. You know, all directions. To the north, like Switzerland. To the west, who speak French, those who speak, and to the south. Well, this is very Roman, so this is to the south. Those who speak German to the north and Rheto-Romanic to the east. I mean, why do it like this, you know? You only need an X going this side, but at the same time, they're showing Switzerland and also the CIA. Yeah, look, this is all the honors he got, all the medals from all these countries. The Order of the Merit of the Republic of Poland, the Order of St. James of the Sword, the Order of the Liberator. Because this is the high nobility, very high. It's like the vertical rule who take a part of the horizontal rule and the key position and top position as a president in the horizontal rule of the Republic. So here again, the French Connection 1. So we might assume the French Connection 1 is about drugs, about opium and heroin. Then the French Connection 2 was about oil. And here you can read it. The illegal heroin labs were first discovered near Marseille, France. And actually, I visited Corsicans in Marseille and in Nice. The whole, everything, bars and everything, restaurant, it all belongs to Corsicans. And in 1937, these labs were run by Corsican gang leader Paul Carbone. For years, the Corsican underworld had been involved in the manufacturing and trafficking of heroin, primarily to the United States. It was this heroin network that eventually became known as the French Connection. The Corsican gang was protected by the Central Intelligence Agency, or better known as the Cocaine Import Agency, and the SDECE after World War II, in exchange for working to prevent French communists from bringing the old port of Marseille under their control. So you see here again the CIA, we know it that they import drugs into America. They imported it from Vietnam as well. It's all known. So, hey, Donnie. So forget about the cartels, Donnie. It's your own CIA, Donnie. And historically, the raw material for most of the heroin consumed in the United States came from Indochina, then Turkey. And here, the Marseille heroin was considered high quality. High Corsican quality. And here's the name again, Jangier, 1970s. There must be Charles Pasqua in it here as well. But he was in it. So here is the French side here about the organized Corsican crime, and which is interesting. I'll let you read it yourself if you can. And I just scroll down a bit more quicker. Okay, here we are. So their relation with political structures of the Corsican mafia, it says here. And here he is again, Charles Pasqua. And he knows the gangsters Michel Tomi and Robert Feliciaggi. And also the relation with police and justice. You know, they infiltrated everything. And this is why we never hear anything about this enormously powerful Corsican mafia, because they are protected by the French authorities, by the French politics, because they infiltrated it all. They're in it, you know, and this is just the tip of the iceberg, this here. And here as well, they, about le gendarme Lionel Lavergne, ancien chef du GSPR. That's also an important thing for the protection of France. And this here is about the three more sinners. This one, Dominique Luciani of the Corsican Mafia. And they found him in this lodge here. You see there, the square and compass. So you see, it's all related. And here you can read their specialities, what they do about everything. Only the bombing is the nationalists who do it for them some more and more now. So this is interesting. Look, this is in French here. If I put it in, so you saw how long it was. If I put it in English here, you know, look how short it is. It's absolutely nothing. Well, that's already the end, finished. Very short. And then in French, well, I just showed that to you. Charles Pasqua's Corsican Mafia had and probably still have a casino in Annemasse of the Savoy region in France, next to Geneva, where 40 kilometers away, Jacques Moretti got sentenced in Annecy for prostitution, which is illegal in France, but totally legal in Swaziland. So you see, there are important heads behind the screens who fear that the Crans-Montana case will burst open the whole stinking conglomerate of rotten politics, corporatisms, big business, and mafia. Sounds familiar, Donny? Guess it does, huh? So here you see Geneva, where the get out of prison free card got delivered, and the casino of the Corsican Mafia is just 10 minutes away here in Annemasse. So it's quite obvious they just came here to Geneva. They dropped the money for the, was it 200,000 or 400,000 Swiss francs, so Moretti could get out of prison. And they just dropped it off at the Justice Department or something like this. And here's Annecy, where he got sentenced. It might very well be that his prostitution hotel where he was having was also in Annemasse, next to Geneva. You know, well, I mean, they know where the money is, eh? With the big perpetrators always protected by the system, it is understandable that people take the law into their own hands and liberation movements rise up. Like when I was at the Giornate Internazionale in Corsica in the mid-90s, at a certain moment I was with a group of Basques who were high on their Basque national drink they called calimocho, consisting of 50% red wine and 50% Coca-Cola. Through the sugar, the alcohol gets uncontrollably fast into the blood, thus smoothing the conversation about all sorts of things. And I was talking to a group of young Basque women telling me how they seduced Spanish cops and afterwards executed them in bed, while giggling on their calimochos with a wine bottle in one hand and a Coke bottle in the other. This happens when people lose faith in the justice system, like in America under Donnie's ICE stormtroopers, or seeing these sort of logos of heavily paid lawyers supposed to defend 40 murdered kids. Well, to me, an obvious outcome. Now, 4 weeks later, the Swissies arrested the Corsican Constellation guy and put him in pre-trial custody, and then let him loose again, with, of course, the Swiss authorities responsible for this huge crime will never see the inside of a prison cell, thus keeping up the veil that hides the true face of Swaziland, that is far from being a clean, neutral, and innocent Swaziland. Swaziland is not a clean, innocent, neutral country, but Swaziland is a sovereign temple for the global elite.